Wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm swelling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Today is Season 3, Week 2, Day 2. We have some amazing teams ready to go head-to-head in 3 best-of-3 series as we move on to our amazing schedule. Moving forward today, first series of the day is going to be Night Horde up against Caliber. Then after that, actually, you know what? This is a little bit of a... We'll get back to the schedule. We'll move past that for now and go ahead and move on to our amazing casters. Yes, we have a special guest with us, Master Rim, in the building, and I will be there for the play-by-play. Oh, bad I messed that one up. How you doing, Rim? How's it going?
I'm doing great. You know, excited to jump into today's series. I think what I'm really looking forward to is the last series of today. But I know the others are going to be just as explosive, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited as well. I mean, we got some nice teams ready to go up head-to-head. The first series of the day is going to be Bestsellers up against Nephalem. I know you've kind of seen these teams before. Anything you're kind of expecting, at least from Nephalem, I believe?
I just want to see overall how well they have improved, right? I know they've been putting in a lot of that work, so I'm hoping to see that be reflected within their gameplay and drafting here today. With Bestsellers, I'm friends with Judd. I've been friends with him since about 2019, I think. So yeah, I'm excited to see how he's gonna play, because I haven't really seen him be competitive. So yeah.
Well, we're definitely in for a treat, and now I'm gonna circle back around to the schedule. Now, for today, the first series is going to be Bestsellers up against Nephalem in a best-of-3. Then following that is going to be the Vanguard up against the Knots. And then to finish off today in the final series, we're going to be seeing the Revolution up against Stardust Labs Sakura. Now, a little bit of a moving forward to our predictions. Now, as you may know, with predictions, for the first 2 weeks of the MLSA, we are not going to give anybody the caster's curse. We're going to let them fight it out and earn our votes. But after 2 weeks, it's free games, so definitely put on a show. And speaking of putting on a show, both of these amazing teams are ready to go head-to-head in the Land of the Dawn. So let's go ahead and jump into the draft. Here we are. How you feeling, Rim? What you thinking?
I don't know. I feel like I know bestsellers before they were under this name. They were really one of the more aggressive. They are in West, and since back then, they've always been kind of one of those dominant teams over there on the West side of things. So I'm excited to see how they're going to perform today. I know back then, Jod, he was that roamer. I'm not sure if he's still the roamer for the squad right now, but I also know Nephalem, right? We know them from other seasons of the MLSA, and they've always been a team that we see their potential, right? And I'm hoping that, like I mentioned before, that they really, really start to shine. Give us something, to be wowed about today.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for a show. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Nephalem kind of compete since Season 2. And I've never really seen bestsellers, but you kind of spoke for them, vouched for them. So I can't wait to see which way this goes. I know Nephalem has been a team that's been competing since Season 1. And we've seen them grow through time, and hopefully they've been practicing on the off seasons. That's one of the biggest questions that we always have is, what has everybody been doing outside of watching BTK and Outplay in the NACT Grand Finals? As we know, fall season for NACT is right around the corner, right? So we're definitely going to see who has the bread and butter and who doesn't when it comes to talent.
For sure.
As we are seeing the draft, first ban phase completed. On my side, you are seeing the Kaja, the Glue, and the R-Lot taken out.
Absolutely, and right up against that, we're seeing the Joy. Interesting chow ban. It may probably a targeted, right? It's not something that you see every day. It's kind of like batting out some of those MMs or the assassins, and something that was banned out in previous series. We see the there she goes, the Novaria. This is her first appearance in MLSA Season 3, right?
That is her first appearance, and I was wondering if she was going to make it through the draft or not. She had a 100% ban rate, but now, history's changing before our eyes. She is going to be slotted in. She does provide some crowd control for her team alongside some vision, so definitely going to have to be careful, and maybe we'll understand after today's match exactly why she had that 100% ban rate.
Absolutely right. But speaking of something that's always also banned a lot, we're going to see this tank slot be slotted in here. Now, I'm not sure if they are going to go for that tank slot round. He can still be built as that physical damage jungler, but more so he goes for that sustain route, right? Someone who also has a lot of sustain at her disposal is going to be this Valentina, and the draft pressure that she's going to provide from here on out definitely going to be in favor of bestsellers. And they also gave themselves a little bit more potential, because now they can actually get some vision themselves if she does decide to take that Novaria's ultimate to open up that map a little bit more for her team, right? But we're also seeing Nephalem go in for this Terizla. Now, Terizla, he did have his shining moment a few patches ago, but it was short-lived. I think he got nerfed in like a week or so, right? So it's always refreshing to see him being pulled out there in the EXP lane. And so I think it's a solid jungler, and I do like the even matchups that I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on that. I feel like both sides have answers on the board. I actually am a fan of Terizla so far. I mean, I've been watching a lot of NPL overseas, and surprisingly enough, he's one of the most picked XP laners now. So to see that kind of correlate into North America, yeah, he's been slotted a lot. And I haven't really seen too many people, at least on the NA side of things, in at least the past few days of Season 3 being open, a lot of people kind of overlook him and what he offers to the team with the anti-CC, the massive amount of damage he can provide, and the set potential. So we'll see if Nephalem has what it takes to kind of utilize him to his maximum potential. But as we are looking at the draft, something also interesting, you kind of mentioned that Novaria, they got the Valentina as well. So it's like we have two Novarias on the table, as if one wasn't enough, right? So you mentioned that level 4, that Astral Echo, to be able to get that additional hitbox range on whoever it hits, and also to be able to get vision and slow down anybody in the AoE of it by 50%. I mean, that's going to be pretty big when it comes to these 5v5 fights on the neutral objectives. When you're looking at the junglers, you're looking at the Martis going up against the Lancelot. I mean, these are literally the most common pick junglers nowadays. So I'm not really knocking the draft so far. I'm actually agreeing with you right there. I'm liking what we're seeing.
I think my only concern right now is the Terizla pick. Yes, he does have that penalty zone, but the composition coming out from the side of Bestsellers, they're very mobile. All of them have dashes at their disposal. So I think him really finding a good penalty zone is really gonna come down to precision. It's like using that ultimate. You really have to wait for them to use some of those mobility skills, and then you go in for that set potential, right? So that's definitely something that he is gonna have to work with. But also, I can suggest that they also pick up a roamer that would be able to provide some of that additional set potential, because currently he's the only one capable of doing that. And like I mentioned, there's a lot of mobility coming in from the side of the bestsellers. So once they're able to find that balance, and the last two picks of their draft here is really gonna make a huge difference for them right now. Also, I would suggest for them to get a little bit more burst damage, right? Don't go in for too much of that sustainability in that EXP lane, because I think it's going to backfire the longer the game goes on, looking at that carry pick. And I think, yes, the Valentina offers draft pressure, but when you lock in a marksman like the carry, the Brody, or even something like the Leslie, that is letting them know that, okay, we're gonna pick a jungler or a mage that can keep that early game pressure, but we want to have that late game in the bag. And right now they definitely do, and Nephalem needs to match up with that late game, because right now they have that early game, they have that mid game. Midas is very dominant, the Novaria as well, she provides consistency throughout that mid to late game. So yeah, they definitely need to get a little bit more late game security for their side, because right now bestsellers, they have it all.
Yeah, they definitely have a very strong composition. And speaking of compositions, the ban phase has been completed for both sides. Looking like they're trying to limit some of these roams out there. I mean, we know what both sides have for the jungler. We know what both sides have for the mid lane as well. I'm assuming that's Novaria in the mid, but time will tell. You're going to go ahead and see the Masha picked up, though. That's not something that we see too often. And I'm wondering, do you think it'll be a Masha roam, or do you think they're going to put it in the XP lane against the Terizla?
I feel like it's potentially gonna be a Masha in that roam position. I think in terms of like rotations, the side of bestsellers, they definitely need someone who can beat out this Terizla. Yes, he has fast wave clear, but I think his rotations can be kind of slow. He is a little bit of a slow hero, right? So I do think that they need a little bit more set potential coming in for the side of bestsellers, and I think they're gonna opt in for an EXP lane that can apply some more of that backline pressure. So yeah, I do think it's gonna be a roam Masha. I could be wrong, you know, I definitely could be wrong, but I do like it, especially in comparison with the tanks a lot there, having both of those sustainable heroes. And honestly, when you build a Lancelot in a tank route, he also feels like he has those 3 EXP bars at his disposal as well. But wait, Vizia, I might have been wrong. It could be an EXP Masha, and they're gonna hover over this Diggy here.
Now the Diggy's interesting. I mean, I guess with the Diggy, they can stop the CC provided over there by Terizla when he drops that penalty zone, and also Kupra if they decide to when he rushes in with that Tarnish Defense, Tarnish Rage. There's also Novaria on the table, so I'm like, you have to choose one of the 3, so I'm not really sure that's the strongest answer in this composition. I personally probably would go for something that has CC, and there we go, they're going to go in for the Lolita instead. I think that's a wise decision, right? You have the Claude who can rush into the back line, he can use the Blazing Duets, and you have to be careful with that, but when you have the Lolita that provides the defense from the Bulwark Shield, you'll be able to negate all of that damage if he can time it when he does use the ultimate for that Claude. So I think it's a wise answer. Looking at both sides, though, I think it's a very strong draft. I'm interested to see how the Valentina plays into the Novaria, as we are going to be jumping into this match here momentarily. Any team that you're giving it to for the draft room?
I think I'm gonna have to give it to the side of bestsellers. I do like, oh, actually, I think that, yeah, to bestsellers. I think overall their draft is pretty strong, it's pretty solid across the board. They have a lot of that frontline presence, and also locking in this Masha as well gives them a little bit of that upper edge in terms of tankiness, and she also has the ability to dish out a lot of damage as well. And just by them having that carry is really going to benefit them again in that late game to stretch through the Skufra as well as Tarizla. And right now it's going to be harder for Nephalem to really start shredding, and they're really going to have to bank on their late game. So yeah, I'm going to give it to bestsellers.
Yeah, I can't wait to see which way this goes between both of these teams, as now you see them getting ready to go head to head. Battle in the mid lane already present. And the thing about the Valentina is she provides some great early game damage, but the Novaria is there to match up with her, and we got to see how they go toe to toe. This is the first time that we've seen Novaria slotted in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 3.
Absolutely right, but we're gonna see a first blood already going into the hands of Claude here, and that's what he needs, especially going up against this carry, right? If he can get the upper edge over her in this early game, that's gonna be what the side of Nephalem needs to really close out this game and really keep it at a close distance, right? I do think bestsellers, they do have some of that early game pressure. So as long as they can keep up this momentum, it's really going to help them as this game scales on, because getting that Claude fed, especially over the carry, big win condition for them.
Speaking of win conditions, bestsellers wasting no time. Bandit's execution from Rin is going to go ahead and secure that kill, but now hit with retribution from Ericus. Mortal Coils goes out alongside the decimation, and Ericus secures a kill. The revenge for his fallen comrade. Picks up a double with the decimation looking like a full linebacker, but hit with the decimation from the IMU from UPEC for a response, and down goes Ericus.
Man, beautiful little clash that happened here. I like the aggression coming in from both sides. You could tell they're definitely taking this seriously here. We're seeing Valentina and Kufra kind of poking at it there in the mid lane as they set up for this turtle. It is going to be pulled to the side of bestsellers right now, but it's going to be reset. I think Lance is going to go back to his jungle. They're looking towards getting a better positioning here as they go in.
Yeah, Chomain on the Tarizla, providing some great zonage. Shisui there as well, but very low. Needs to be careful. You are going to see Masha on the chase. The penalty zone going in. Carries, finds Shisui down. Goes Kufra. Chomain finds carries to respond. Turtle at about 50% HP, and it looks like Nephalem is going to pull their punches. The Astral Recall, though, almost stole the turtle, but not before Rim was able to pull the retribution and secure it for bestsellers.
Absolutely right, and they're already heavy on the invade, but there goes in Kufra.
And a battle on the purple buff for Nephalem. Bestsellers being very aggressive. They already took the first neutral objective, so they do have a slight advantage.
And I want to see them kind of keep up this momentum that they do have going for them. Bestsellers right now, I like the rotations that I'm seeing coming from them. And speaking of rotations, they're already heading there in this bot lane.
Yeah, you see the Blazing Duet go out from Vengeance. And Espresso's going to go ahead and take down Joel TZ. Down goes Carry. But Eric is joining the party. There it goes. The Astro Echo in effect for the 50% slow. Topped off the decimation from Ericus for the double kill. Takes down Gil. Takes down UPAC.
Man, and you mentioned why we've seen this Novaria being banned out, right? Look at how much she just offered there. She offered the slow, plus the increase in that hitbox was able to help Martis there land some of those skills a little bit more. And speaking of skills being landed here, we're seeing a little clash here in the top side.
That's right, a 2v1 situation. Forcing Chomain to use the penalty zone. C-Suite jumping with the bouncing ball. Eric is able to save his team member. Cho gets out of there. Down goes Rinlith, the jungler for bestsellers.
Man, Nephalem, they're really shocking us right now in terms of these rotations, right? They're definitely playing their draft. And even though bestsellers, like I mentioned, I do think that they have a strong early game as well as that late game security. Nephalem as well, and I have to give credits to this Valentina pick, helping Martis to get online. Once he is one of those junglers that once he's able to get that snowball in, it's really hard to shut him down, and that's what Bestsellers is being faced with right now. And speaking of things to be faced, another contest for the second neutral objective.
That's right, both teams fighting it out. The first one was able to go to Bestsellers, but is it going to be the same story on the second go-around? Penalty zone drops down. There goes the turtle into the hands. Carry takes down Espresso. Cho Main claims the turtle this time for Nephalem. Both sides have gained one neutral objective, but now Chow Main is going to fall to carries, picking up a double kill. That is going to be him picking up a kill on Ericus and Chow Main, and Espresso fell from that engagement as well. And on the bottom side, the 1v1, you're looking at Vengeance versus Jolteezy, both very low, and now possible gank concealed play has been called, and UPAC is going to secure the kill, takes down Vengeance in the bottom side.
Now that is a good pickoff for them because it's going to open up that gold lane a little bit more for them. And speaking of lanes being opened up, Masha securing that tower in that top side, but Nephalem not giving up this tower for free.
There goes the slow Espresso with the Astral Recall, finds Jolteezy. Tyrant's Revenge into the turret. Gil able to secure the turret before he falls. Ericus securing the kill.
And that is what we call finding a trade-off. And that's what these teams really need, right? But speaking of needing things here, it's 1v1 situation in the top side.
Oh, this is getting spicy. But Sweet off the screen is going to pick up yet another kill. He's going to go ahead and find you packed in the mid lane. And now circling around, sees carries very low. He is going to go ahead and regen an additional health bar for some sustainability. But now, a 3v1 situation, hit with the knock-up, hit with the bouncing ball for the slow. Hit with everything they have to offer. Cho Mains is going to take down carries.
Man, the pressure coming in from just having this... Oh my gosh, what's her name? I really forgot her name right now, Weezy. Novaria. Yeah, she's just so strong right now.
Yeah, she's definitely providing a lot of utility on the board for them, but they're losing a lot of turrets, even though they're picking up these kills. But now, you are going to see them be able to take one on the top side. You packed in a 1v1 situation, hit the penalty zone. Chow Main is going to go ahead and secure the kill in the top lane. And the bottom side, though, a little bit of a skirmish as we are seeing this turtle spawn in.
Absolutely right. Both teams setting up right now. Novaria giving vision, getting a lot of poke damage in, and that's what you want to do before you fully engage for these neutral objectives. You want to get them as low as possible before you truly clash in, and I like that Quad took the opportunity to take that tower, but Kufra goes in looking for something here. He does miss the stun, but he's still keeping up that pressure.
Oh, but Ren is going to use a Phantom Execution, dash through the wall, and secure the turtle for Bestsellers. Blazing Duet from Vengeance goes down. Ericus finds Gil, secures the kill, uses the decimation, and now sprinting, trying to chase down YouTube Ren. Able to hit him with the Azor's Wrath, but not able to close the distance for the kill. Speaking of closing distance, Astral Recall goes out. That range damage on the Novaria is definitely not something you see every day. But speaking of damage, on the top side, Chow Main using the penalty zone as an escape mechanism, and is going to use the flicker as well to extend that distance to escape carries on this Masha.
Talk about combo potentials there. Beautiful ultimate as well as flicker to escape. And looking at some of these items that's being picked up right now, the Novaria, she is opting in to go for that burst build as she did opt for that Clock of Destiny. But speaking of Destiny here, it's definitely in the destiny of Bestsellers to invade, and he was actually able to pick up that blue buff from Martis there. But speaking of things being picked up, Gil getting knocked up from Kufra.
Yeah, gonna get that knock up. Now the bouncing ball, but caught between four members of Bestsellers. They're gonna take him down. Jolteezy securing that kill and gonna go ahead and secure the mid lane turret.
And again, that's the power of the carry, right? Yes, she is only 1, 2, and 2 right now. She still was able to pick up, I think, one of her core items. And as long as she starts to scale, it's really, really hard for her to, to tank the damage that's coming in for her, right? We saw how quick Sisui there on this Kufra was bursted down, and that's all it takes. The combination of the damage coming in from that mage as well as her physical as well as true damage, it's really hard to find an answer for that, especially in the early game where you really don't have that much of a balance in terms of the defense items that you have slotted in. So he definitely needs his team around him if he wants to be on the aggression like that, or else it could quickly backfire here. But what I will say for Nephalem right now, Claude, one of those ADCs with a lot of mobility at his disposal. So as long as he can kind of open up that lane and keep carry away from these team fights and beat her in terms of those rotations. So it's going to help that win percentage coming in for the side of Nephalem. But speaking of winning here, both sides looking to take this first Lord.
That's right. First Lord is in play. The dance in the Lord pit between Nephalem and Best Sellers. And you are seeing both of them maintain and focus. Not going to let it go without a fight. Look at Espresso with the zonage control over there with the Astral Recall. And also the Astral Echo was used. C-Suite winding up. Lord at about 50% HP. Azura's Wrath goes down. Penalty zone drops as well. Ericus with the decimation secures a kill. YouTube Ren picks up one as well as the Lord. UPAC is going to take down Zhao Main. You're going to look at Jot. Find a kill as well. A double takes down Espresso alongside Ericus. Man, a lot going on right there to jam pack. But overall, Best Sellers able to make the most out of the situation. Claim the objective, take down the members of Nephalem, and also possibly open up the base as UPAC takes down Vengeance, but not able to claim the turret. A full wipeout, though, for Nephalem.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Last thought, he really got stuck there, and unfortunately, he couldn't escape. The tower took him down. And man, I just want to say the power of Valentina by stealing that decimation from Martis, it really shines, and she was able to pick up a double kill in that team fight, as well as finding that kill on Claude, which is gonna make a little bit harder for Nephalem to defend. Despite them bursting down this Lord right now, he would have benefited a lot from some of the gold coming in from these minions. So again, it was a good pick off by not giving him that ability to kind of farm off of it, right? But speaking of farming off of things here, I like that Best Sellers making the most out of this situation. This Lord, yes, it is the first Lord, but we see Masha opening up that top side right now. It's currently at the base for almost all of the lanes. All they have to do is get that one tower that's standing with a slither of HP down in that bot side, and then they could really start sinking these lanes and making the most out of these neutral objectives, because they do have the team composition to close out these games easily, right? The Valentina, like I said, she offers a lot of potential with them, in addition to this Lolita with the Aluminum Blast. And then you have the damage, you have the answers with this carry that can just shred down from the front line all the way to the back line. And speaking of back line, Sisui.
Ooh, a little bit of a misdirection on that. Not able to secure the set, but Jolteezy is going to take down Chow Main. Ericus finds Gil. Ericus finds Jolteezy for the double kill. Is going to go ahead and shut down UPAC for the triple. Ericus unstoppable on this Martis right now. Some great defense as we are now passing the 12-minute mark for Nephalem.
Man, and it's very commendable, right? They're still fighting strong. Right now, they're capitalizing off of the over-aggression from Best Sellers. That would have been their opportunity to, you know, back off, get into that reset mindset, and prep for this Lord. But unfortunately, they overstayed their welcome, and they paid the price for it. And I mentioned for both sides, in terms of their gold lane, they have very strong gold laners at their disposal when it comes to that mid to late game. The Claude, the damage from that Blazing Duet, and he also is running this Vengeance, so that's going to help him in terms of sustainability. Also, an additional amount of damage output that he's going to be dishing out. And then you have Arceus with that true damage from the ultimate. As long as he can close off some of those skills that is set up from Claude, or even the Novaria, who's been doing a really good job at making some of these engagements and skill casts a lot easier for her team to land some of these hits, is really their banking statement right now. And speaking of landing some stuff here in this mid lane,
Did see Jolteezy get knocked up, but now Ren is going to take down Espresso. UPAC finds C-Sui. Ren is going to pass back out to his team. We're able to take down 2 members of Nephalem, putting them in a disadvantage, a deficit, as this Lord is spawned in, but a battle still on the way. Near the mid, you are going to see Vengeance take down carries. Down goes Masha. Penalty zone drops down. Ericus picks up another, takes down UPAC. Gil finds Ericus to respond. Ren claims the Lord for Best Sellers. 18-21. They are down in kills, but up in objectives. 14 minutes in.
Absolutely right. Not only are they up in objectives, they're up in gold right now, and this Lord is already matching down the mid lane carry. She has secured that Trinity build. She also has that Wind of Nature to mitigate most of that damage that's going to be coming in from that Blazing Duet. And she also has some defense. But speaking of defense here, Nephalem heavy on the offense.
And match with a little bit of defense from the side, or offense for Best Sellers. They are rushing in. Lord is going to crash and crack open the base in Best Sellers' favor. Nephalem in a hard position now, needing to defend. But I would still say they're not out of the game yet. It's not a one-sided story. The longer this game goes, the longer the respawn times will be. And it's been looking promising. You're seeing a little bit of fire underneath them as they're starting to try and defend and not trying to allow best sellers to kind of close this out. I think you got to watch out for the marksmans, right? The backlines are definitely critical when it comes to this portion of the game. Keep Jolteezy alive. You've seen Kufra, C-Suite try and focus him, catch him off guard with Espresso. But on the opposite side, you got to look at best sellers finding a way to shut down Vengeance.
Absolutely right. And honestly, Nephalem is doing a really good job. And again, I have to give credits to this Novaria as well as Sisby with some of the sets that he's been making, right? Bestsellers using a lot of their utility to burst down the front line. And speaking of front line being bursted down, they took down the Kufa, right? But they commit a lot of resources to get them bursted down, and that's where we see Nephalem capitalizing off of it, right? That's when the Clot goes in, that's when the Terizla goes in, or vice versa. And speaking of going in, Wheezy.
A perfect play, a great opportunity with all that utility to be burnt, but Jolteezy's gonna take down Ericus, denying his glorious triumph. You are gonna see U-Pack take down Espresso, Numion Blast winding down, but landed after the kill had fallen. You're gonna look at Chow Mein, Vengeance trying to defend against 3 members of Bestsellers. Looking at the Blazing Duet, using everything they got. Gil very low. Thorn Rose goes out. Chow Mein finds Gil. Jolteezy takes the inhibitor on the top side. Penalty zone for the stun. Jolteezy finds C-Suite, but another penalty zone goes out from U-Pact. Finds Chow Mein. Vengeance takes down Jolteezy, leaving only Vengeance by himself. Is he enough to hold off the team? Use the BMI to dodge the Thorn Rose from Ren, but now has to face the wrath of 3 members crashing into the base crystal. And that is going to be the first game going to Bestsellers over Nephalem.
Man, beautiful game being played evenly on both sides. I like that Nephalem, they did an amazing job at defending and punishing the side of Bestsellers for some of their over-aggression. Looking at some of these items, is actually a full damage masher, which is not something that we've seen quite commonly, but it definitely helped in terms of her push potential, giving her that additional damage, as well as full attack speed items, so she can really, make the most of some of those objectives, which I'm sure we're going to see when we do look at some of the statistics here. I also want to commend the itemization that we saw from Jots. They're having that one in nature to mitigate some of that physical damage, as well as slotting in some magic defense. But looking at some of these team fight participation, damn, Upa, that is a lot. That's 96%. Very, very present in these team fights, and the effect of her being played on this Valentina was 110% showcased from that moment we saw that first turtle fight to closing out the game. Honestly, her impact, again, undeniable, right? Also dishing out the majority of the team's overall damage. With that burst damage, she did opt in for that burst route. And I mentioned some of the objectives that we were going to see from this Masha. She actually beat out the carry, which is, to be expected, especially with that build route that she went. But I do like, it's actually an even kill game, 23-23 across the board. So I like what I saw from both sides. I think both sides had answers. Both sides went for those trade-offs. Both sides capitalized off of the mistakes that the other team made. And I'm excited to see how the next game is going to go, Weezy, because again, very even matchup on both sides.
Yeah, a very even matchup, an explosive battle, but only one person was able to claim victorious, and that was Bestsellers. So this is the best of 3. We got to see if Nephalem can outsell the Bestsellers. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with you for the second match.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MLSA. An amazing match between Nephalem and also Bestsellers. The first match going to Bestsellers' favor, and now getting ready for match 2. What would you say Nephalem needs to put in line or put in check to be able to pull off a victory?
I think overall, their overall team fight synergy, I think Bestsellers had them beat out in that regard. They were very good at, capitalizing off some of the over-aggressions coming in from the side of Bestsellers. But in terms of actually making those plays themselves, we saw Sisri on the Kufra. Yes, he was going in, he was finding some of the engagements, but the follow-ups were almost a little bit non-existent. And that's not his team's fault. It's just that the distance, they have to close that distance before they really try to commit for some of these engages. So I think once they're able to actually be a little bit more closer to really, provide some of that reactions when he does go in, or even with the Terizla, right? We saw it was vice versa. Both of them were the initiators, and oftentimes they both got bursted down, and then after those resources were used up on either one of them, that's when they really capitalized and found some of those comeback potentials and evened out, those trades across the board. So I think once they can close that gap, that distance, yeah, they have potential to take a game in this series.
Speaking of potential, both of these teams are already getting ready to jump into the draft. Let's go ahead and swing on over there. And looking at the first 2 bands off of the table, first band for each side, looks like Bestsellers is going to go in for the Chow, and Nephalem is going to go ahead, or Nephalem is going to go ahead and go in for the R-Lot. I wonder what the Cho band is for. Do you think it's because they have a teammate named Cho Main?
To live is to trick.
I mean, probably, but not quite. I think Cho as a roamer, he really offers a lot of pressure for some of those backline. And looking at how Bestsellers played last game, they like to go for that dive and those heavy aggressive comps. And I think that he offers the same thing that a pick like the Kaja or the Franco without suppression has. Even though his ultimate isn't a suppression, it technically is, right? And it's like, it's a 2-parter, and especially when you count some of the combos and the TikTok gameplays that he's capable of, providing. I do think it's a lot of pressure, and that's consistently throughout the match, right? He does also have a lot of mobility going for him, so I do think, you know, it's a safe ban. I think there's answers for most of the other roamers in the game in terms of matchups, but Cho is really kind of hard to really find a sustainable answer for him, especially consistently throughout the game. Usually you have to bank on your damage dealers to get to that late game where they really get their item spike. But other roamers, some like Atlas, he's squishy in the early game, so you can capitalize off of it, but I think it's just too much pressure. And we're seeing that being banned out here on both sides, right? The Glue, the Artlot, even the Joy.
Yeah, even the Joy, and Joy is one of those heroes that has been a little bit of that nuisance as well. Only really needing that Frank or that Kaj to kind of slow down Joy in his tracks. And with Joy off the table, I'm wondering what they're going to slot. I mean, the Valentina is still available. It did walk through this draft. It definitely can provide that draft pressure nice and early for either side if they decide to slot that in. But, I mean, something that also is available is the artillery mages that we see time and time again. The Farza, the Eve. So definitely some great options on the table. I'm wondering what they're going to go in for. I mean, the Novaria is still available again. Do they pick it up? I mean, Nephalem had the Novaria and they still were not able to pull off the victory. It looked like Bestsellers was able to kind of penetrate through that defense and close out that game. So I wonder if they're going to slot that up again, or I wonder if Bestsellers will go ahead and take the advantage and slot it in themselves.
I feel like the reason why the Novaria didn't work last game is because, again, Bestsellers, they had a lot of mobility, you know, on their side, right? So I think that's like the main reason why. Yes, the Novaria did offer some of that additional slows and utility to her team. You can't really slow the speed of Tasha's, right? That's one of the benefits of having that mobility at your disposal. Now, had they only had picks like, you know, something that's immobile, or only had, let's say, some slows of them that their own and no movement speed boost, it would have shined a lot more. And I do think prioing something like the Kaja for Bestsellers is very, very smart. It offers a little bit more of that pressure. And speaking of something that could offer pressure, more of a scaler in terms of the draft, locking in this Xavier. But really, that's a second pick Atlas.
It is the second pick Atlas, and then paired up against a Valentina. So both sides have the Fatal Links, and not only does Bestsellers have Fatal Links, they also have Divine Judgment from Akaja. So they have the suppression at their disposal, which is going to be a little bit of a harder game for Nephalem, but I'm wondering if they have a game plan. I mean, I'm assuming they second picked an Atlas with a game plan behind it. As time will tell as we get through the draft, Bestsellers is going to go ahead and take up this Martis, which is even more of a counter pick into the Atlas. So when the Atlas uses the Fatal Links, use the Mortal Coils for the anti-CC, and you have a great time avoiding the set potential that the Atlas provides.
I think the thought process by locking in the Atlas here, okay, Bestsellers, they already picked their roamer. Cool. They can't pick the Diggy now, or they could, but that's going to give them a little bit more of a downside in terms of, you know, their overall damage output. But I think they kind of forgot that Valentina was still walking. So I think it was a little bit of miscalculation there, but I also do think that they answered. Slotting in that Minzathar as their third prior pick there. Again, a lot of mobility coming in from the side of Bestsellers. Kaja, his recent revamp really helped his overall effectiveness as not only as a laner, but also in terms of overall team fight benefit. So locking him in and having answers for some of the dashes coming in for the side of Bestsellers, really great choice. The Valentina, her option right now could either be to take that Fatal Links or even the King's Calling from the Minzathar. But regardless, if she goes in, there's going to be answers for her by just having that Minzathar at their disposal as well. So I think very even answers. And one of the things about Valentina is, yes, she offers pressure, but she can still only effectively take one thing at a time. So if you throw a lot at her, it makes it hard. It's like when you see these magical shows and the evil person is absorbing all of the power. Eventually, it's too much power, right? There's so much options that she has. She could only benefit off of one, and that leaves all of the others in comparison to the team composition as a whole. So yes, you can give her something useful, but the overall team fight, there's answers for the things that you're giving up. So I do think it's a good draft coming in for the side of Nephalem yet again.
And you know, looking at the draft so far, the Minsathar being pulled in for the King's Calling, that's going to provide them some zonage control. And definitely some heavy brick walls to run into that you have to watch out for on the side of Bestsellers. But when I look at their composition, they have more of an anti-invade comp, right? You have the Valentina who can proc that Terrify and kind of stop those in their track who do try and be a little overly aggressive. Players like an Atlas who likes to rush in and try and get that set. You know, also, not to mention, the Xavier can play from afar. So that is a lot of CC into the hands of Nephalem. But when you're looking at Bestsellers, I wouldn't say it's... I guess they both have CC on the table, but just in a different way. Bestsellers, they have more of an aggressive type of play style with this composition, and Nephalem has more of a defensive high ground composition. As we are going to see the bans finalized on both sides. The Diggy has been taken off the table. Bestsellers is going to go ahead and pick up this Claude and waste no time again. We're going to go ahead and lock in that Masha.
No, I liked it, right? It worked out for them last game. I think this time around, yes, they potentially are going to still go in for that damage route. And man, that's something we've been missing from the meta, right? Seeing some more of these damage side laners. Usually it's more sustainability, even in terms of that jungle position here. And I do like it. It's gonna open up the map a lot more. And now you have the Cloud on their side, so that's gonna be a lot of lane pressure in terms of like securing, you know, some of these towers and really getting down to that nitty gritty and opening up that base. So I do think in terms of overall draft composition this time around, I'm probably going to have to give it to the side of Nephalem this time. I think their draft overall is very strong. They have a lot of potential with their draft. They have answers. I didn't notice before Weezy, but the Leslie pick to counter Jots there on the Claude. So again, really strong draft coming in from Nephalem this time.
And I think something interesting about this composition is that when you look at Nephalem, they locked in this Alpha, right? We've been seeing Alpha kind of rise after the recent buffs. Kind of a jack of all trades. He has the CC, he has the sustainability, and he also has the range damage. But look at the early aggressive playstyle already from Bestsellers. We kind of talked about their composition as being more of a aggressive nature to it, especially when you're running this Masha. Already taking C-Suite low and forcing out the flicker 47 seconds in.
Man, the aggression coming in, right? And again, that just shows you the power of some of these picks here that they're slotting in, and it just goes to show how well they work as a team. And speaking of working as a team, Nephalem really looking for this invade here.
Perfect match from C-Suite trying to get in there. UPAC gonna use the Terrify. Somebody's gonna fall, and that is gonna be Ericus. First blood going to Bestsellers. The evasion on the orange buff has been successful, but now they need to get out of there. Gil very low, gonna flicker away just in time before Vengeance can take him down, leaving UPAC by himself. Can he get a kill on his way out though? Espresso very low. He does take him down, and he's gonna fall into the hands of Ericus. What a trade.
Man, absolutely right. Both mid laners for each other. When you find trades like this, it's definitely worth it, right? But I do think Nephalem, they still have to play it a little bit slower this time around. Leslie, they have to play for her. The faster that she comes online, the faster that they'll be able to really burst them down, because looking at their composition right now, late game is where they shine. Yes, they have some of the early aggression that's going to be coming in from the Alpha, as well as Susri on the Atlas, right? They have a team fight composition once you lock in a tank roamer. And speaking of team fights here, a little of it.
King's Calling and the Spear are gonna go ahead and pull back UPAC and carries. That's that Minsathar after the buff. You remember when he could only pull one? He's pulling everybody now. But Rin is gonna go ahead and claim this turtle for Bestsellers.
But Nephalem looking for an answer in the top side. We're seeing 4 members up there, Weezy, and I fear for Jotzi.
But he is running the Claude. He does have the BMI. Is going to be patient with it. Is going to go ahead and use a Blazing Duet. Going to clear these minions possibly and do damage on to Nephalem. They are not able to take him down. You are going to see the King's Calling go down as well from UPAC with the IMU. Jotzizi is going to go ahead and take down C-Sui. Looks like they were not able to pull off a successful gank, but gets ganked themselves alongside losing that first neutral objective.
Like I said, right, in the draft before, they need to have a little bit more communication when it comes to these engagements, because they definitely could have synced and had some good combos using the Mystic Fields to immobilize him there. But speaking of being immobilized, they're looking for Upa.
Yeah, they were definitely on the chase, but unable to close the distance. UPAC is able to get out of there. 4-1 right now, and it's not looking too good for Nephalem. They got to find a way to get in and even out the scoreboard before they find themselves in too far of a deficit to get out of.
Absolutely right. The gold lane is already in favor of bestsellers right now. And I mentioned one of the downsides with tanks like Atlas, he's very squishy in that early game, so they really have to be on the same page. And speaking of being on the same page, down in the bot side, Weezy.
2v1 situation. Carries trying to take down Ericus, but falls. Ericus is going to secure that kill, trying to make his way back to the base, but caught by 3 members of Bestsellers. The Terrify goes in. Ren finds a kill, picks up a double, takes down Ericus alongside Cho Main, leaving open this turret for the gold to be stripped down from UPAC. But on the opposing side, the 1v1, Jotzizi is going to go ahead and get a kill onto Vengeance. That's not something you see every day, a marksman being overly aggressive and taking down on the 1v1. Definitely need to play a little bit more passive. But down goes the turret on the bottom side. C-Sui very low, forced to use the flicker.
Man, and honestly, it's credit to Jots, because Leslie does counter him. She can cancel that blazing duet that he does have at his disposal, so it just goes to show that he potentially did a little bit of that poke damage, right? And I mentioned the effectiveness coming in from this Claude as well as this Masha yet again. They already were able to secure 2 of these towers, and it just goes to show how bestsellers are effective. And I see why they're called bestsellers, right? It's like their marketing skills, in a sense, is really good in terms of how they open up these towers here. But in the top side,
battle on the way. Blazing Duet does drop down, and you are going to see Jotzizi pick up the double kill, takes down Ericus alongside Vengeance. And right now, we're just seeing Nephalem having a very hard time matching the aggressive tempo that Bestsellers is providing. This looks like they're a little too fast pace for their liking, and they got to find a way to slow down their rhythm, get them out of synergy, because if they don't, we're going to be seeing a very early game. And keep in mind, this is match point. If Bestsellers takes this game, it'll be the first sweep of the day.
Absolutely right. And I want to mention something here, but before I get into that, there's a team fight.
Team fight does go down. Fatal Links for the set. The spear for the grab and the stun. Espresso finds kill from afar. Chow Mains takes down Ren. That is going to be 1 for 2 on the board, but the conceal play from C-Sui rushing in. They're going to go ahead and catch carries. There goes the stun from the perfect match. Carries very low, trying to take down Chow Mains before he falls. Look at the sustainability, but it's Espresso. It's going to go ahead and take him out.
Now, again, I gotta give credit to Nephalem. They really know how to capitalize on some of the over-aggression that's coming in for this side of bestsellers right now. Looking at some of these level differences right now, Martis, he is level 10, and the jungler for Nephalem is level 7 right now. So the lead coming in for the side of bestsellers is very huge, and we could see that in terms of some of the items that's already picked up. Claude, he's almost full core items, right? All he's missing is that third one to really put a staple on the amount of damage that he's going to be able to dish out. And speaking of dishing out damage, the Valentina with her burst potential right now, we're seeing a little bit of an engage coming out. Down goes the Dawning Light. The Claude LT goes in, but unfortunately no one fell, thankfully for both sides. But yeah, bestsellers, man, they really know how to capitalize off of their advantage right now. They're invading, they're denying Nephalem from getting any more fam. They're really rotating together, and I like it. And speaking of rotations, a conceal play here.
Going in, the heavy aggressive tempo working in bestsellers' favor. 10-5 on the board. UPAC increasing it to 11. Is going to find Chow Main. And it looks like now they're going to shift their focus to this tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Gonna go ahead and take that down with no ease. The IMU with the Fatal Links, and Ren securing the kill. Takes down Espresso. Says he needs 2 shots of that You are going to look at 3 members trying to defend, hold off Bestsellers from cracking open the base. They're having an excellent game right now. They haven't lost a single turret. They've claimed every single neutral objective. And right now, we're not seeing the same story for Nephalem. They need to find a way to gather their composure.
And I think it's going to come down to late game, right? They do have the Xavier on their side, and when it comes to closing out games with him, we do know that the Mystic Fields provides a lot of invades there, especially when it comes to getting into that base. So as long as they can capitalize on some of that late game, use the immobilizers to potentially find a good Fatal Links, that's what they need. And speaking of needing something here, definitely needing some help.
Divine Judgment for the suppression. Dawning Light goes down. Ren finds Vengeance. Jolteezy takes down C-Sway. Chow Mein finds Gil. Takes down Jolteezy as well for the double kill. Forcing Bestsellers out of their base. As you are going to see Ericus pick up a kill as well. He's going to go ahead and take down Vengeance over there on the Alpha.
Man, and again, I mentioned it, right? Nephalem, very good at finding answers for some of the overaggressions, and this is what keeps them in the game. This is what gives them their fight back, and this is what evens out the board for them. The gold lead, steady rising. They're finding some of their momentum right now, and Bestsellers, yes, they are at an advantage right now, but they still have to slow it down and play really smart. They cannot really afford to be giving up free kills for the side of Nephalem. You have the gold lead. You have the lead overall in the match. Capitalize off of it. Display a little bit more discipline and patience. Don't be in places where you're not needed, right? And speaking of being in places where you are needed, both sides looking to contest this Lord.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to go to the side of Bestsellers, but no problem. Carries finds Ericus. Alongside that, the Fatal Links for the double set. Carries is going to take down Espresso. Chow Mein finds U-Pack for the killing spree. Ringo Order goes down. Ren is going to find C-Sweet. Vengeance, shooting from afar, is going to take down Gil. But look at the 3-man stack from Bestsellers, looking to close out this game. They may be able to do it with the 10-minute finish. Jolteezy takes down Vengeance, finds another, shuts down Chow Mein for the double kill, and takes down the base for the sweep against Nephalem.
Man, good game being played from the side of Bestsellers right now. They definitely showcased their draft composition. They knew they had to get this Cloud online, and that's exactly what they did, right? Looking at some of the items being picked up here, this Kaja opting in to get that fleeting time really early on so he can get some more sets, and the faster the better, right? And I like that he did that because Valentina, she did opt in to go for that burst, right? And I did see an interesting item. She did pick up the Calamity Reaper there, but looking at some of the statistics that I am seeing here, very overall high team fight participation coming in from the side of Bestsellers. And man, Nephalem, again, good job at finding answers and punishing the enemy team for some of that overaggression. But I gotta say, congrats to Bestsellers.
Yeah, Bestsellers definitely selling out the seats right now as they were able to get the first sweep of the day up against Nephalem. I know they're definitely going to take that hard loss to home and hopefully find a way to come back even stronger for next Tuesday. So, an explosive game. This is definitely one of those one-sided stories, unfortunately, that nobody really wants to, you know, wish for anybody. So hopefully Nephalem, from this is our first time seeing them compete this season. Keep going at it, guys. Find some answers and come back a little bit stronger for the next one. But speaking about a little bit stronger, the matches are not over. That was only the first series. We still have 2 more to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the second series.
They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, who able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
Direction of electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on take.
But ISO now, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. But no one gets the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Mobazane.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
So I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do it. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid. The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joybotch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
awaits. A tiger. A tiger. Ready for a fair fight? As swift as wind, as fierce as fire.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MLSA. Back on to the show for the second series of the day. Two amazing teams ready to go. We got Vanguard led by Exio up against Knots, their revamped Huevo. Definitely a match to see as we were getting ready. Both teams, nope, not wanting to waste any time, getting ready to jump into the draft for game one. Now this is going to be a single caster desk because Rim had to run for a little bit, so I'm going to cast on both sides of the table. Maybe we'll pull up a dual camera and do this, you know? I don't know. I wish there was a way I could kind of multiply myself, you know? So, anyway, jumping into this draft, we're looking at Knots. This is a team that has experience. Knots is one of the teams that was on the highest tier list for who we'd rate as the best in the MLSA. They were at the top of the line for Season 2 and also top of the line for Season 1. We look at Vanguard. They're right up there with them. I mean, they're led by Exio. He's very knowledgeable, and I've been seeing him work on this team, perfecting their craft for weeks and weeks and weeks. Built them on social media and Instagram. He's over there with Bloodhounds as well. I think Vanguard used to be the Bloodhounds Academy, if I'm not mistaken. So this will definitely be a show to watch, one for the books. I can't wait to see which way it goes. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. So I'm going to split myself into two people for this casting, okay? You're going to hear Steph. You're going to hear Wheezy. All right? Steph will be the analyst. And Wheezy will be the play-by-play. I think that's how we're going to do it, okay? So, anyway, jumping into the draft so far, we're going to go ahead and see the R-Lot alongside the Paramus taken out from Knots. E6, they're going to go ahead and take out the Joy and take out the Fanning. This is pretty much standard for what we see, especially over there outside, overseas, in the NPL regions. Textbook drafting right here. Definitely shows you both of these teams know exactly what they're doing because half the battle is decided in terms of the draft. And right now, this is off to a good start. Some things that are still on the table. The glue is still an option. Typically, when you see that Paramus band out, you're going to expect either side to kind of pick up that glue. It's kind of screaming for that opportunity. Paramus is one of the only heroes that can really punish the glue when he uses that split. So that is a viable option. Again, Novaria is still walking on the table, and it's not been banned out. Looks like Knots, they're going to go ahead and take out this Minstar. That is going to be the first phase of the bans for Knots completed. And then to match that, Vanguard is going to go ahead and take out this Valentina. With the Valentina taken off the board, that denies the draft pressure from making the other team kind of draft around the Valentina. And it looks like now Knots is opting in on securing their first pick. Now, Novaria is still on the table. I don't know if they'll still go for the Selena. Maybe they're just hovering over it to troll a caster. They're not going to get this one. I'm going to call Novaria. But no, they're going to go for the glue. Oh, okay. The glue was on the table, too. We did mention that. So, glue's picked up, which means they have an excellent pressure in the XP lane with very few heroes that can really give them an issue. Yuzong, we've seen a lot of players kind of slot that in against him. It's still not that effective. But Yuzong is still jack of all trades. He can use that Black Dragon to get around to the back lines, especially if the team picks up an artillery mage. So it's not the worst way to go. Looking at that Novaria being hovered over, it did walk through the draft. I'm wondering if that's going to be picked up inside of Vanguard. If not, I wonder if Knots will go ahead and secure that. I think that'd be an excellent pickup for them alongside that glue. And I think it's too high of a value target for Vanguard to let slip through the cracks. And they're going to go ahead and secure that up alongside the Lancelot. The Lancelot, that is one of the best junglers to today's date. He's beefy, sustainable, and he has mobility. What more could you ask for in a jungler, especially this day and age? He can path through, steal the neutral objectives with the Phantom's execution, and puncture on his way out. But other picks that are still on the table that we've been seeing commonly picked up is the Martis as well, and that may be a possible option for Knots. Now, something about the Lancelot. When you do have that ability to puncture, it can give Blue a hard time if he uses the split to grab him, because he can kind of puncture away and create that dash to give him the space he needs to not allow Glue to throw him with the slam into his team. So that may be a viable option, as we are going to go ahead and see the Alpha slide up instead, though. Alpha, who we've seen get a recent buff, definitely been one of the more dominant jungles, kind of replacing, you know, most of the junglers as the golden child now. You see him slotted a lot, but honestly, this is something I see more in North America than I really see overseas. Overseas, you still kind of typically see the Fredrin, the Martis, the Lancelot, maybe sometimes the Akai, but over here we're going to go ahead and see the Alpha be slotted up, and that's going to complete the first phase for Knots. V6 Vanguard, they're going to go ahead and take up the Lapu Lapu. I don't mind the Lapu Lapu. I'm a fan of what he can do. He's been a menace, a threat for a while. I don't think they've nerfed him in a decent amount of time. He's been a very strong XP laner. When he's going up against the Glue, he does have the Bravest Fighter Raging Slash. He has a little bit of that anti-immunity to CC, making him slightly invulnerable. So he will be able to get away from that split, and he can definitely pack a punch when it comes to the team fight composition. So it's not the worst option on the table. I think that or the Yuzong would have been an excellent read. You got to look at who he's going against. They're going up against a Melissa. Melissa on Knots is going to be that mid to late game marksman, going to be able to provide that mid to late game damage that they're going to rely on to close this game out. And when you're looking at who the Melissa's going against, the Lancelot, he can still use the Thorn Rose to get into that go away, so that's not going to work in Melissa's favor. The Novaria can still fight the Melissa from afar as well, and also the Earthshaker from the Lapu Lapu will be able to hit inside of that bubble as well, alongside the Justice Blade. So it's not really going to be the easiest time for Melissa. She's definitely going to have to play a little passive and stay out of the kill zone, because if she gets close enough, Vanguard's definitely going to be able to punish her. You're looking at Dairoth being banned out to finalize the ban phase for Knots. Looking at V6, they went in for the Kufra, took out the Eve, trying to limit the artillery mages. Now Valentina's off the table, Faramis was off the table, Farza is still available. Now Farza is a great pickup, probably for Vanguard. Maybe they slot this Novaria in the roam position and pick up the Farza, because it's a great answer to kind of shut down that Melissa. But if they don't take the Farza, they're going to go in for the Xavier. They're going to go in for a little bit more CC. It's not the worst option. And now, paired against that in the mid lane, Not still needs to pick up a mage, so I'm wondering which way they're going to go. I mean, the Lu Yi is the best option. Probably not. But it can definitely provide some CC that they need. But they already have a kind of okay CC composition. I mean, you have the Alpha with the Alpha Charge for that knockup. You have Blue with the Slam and the Split. He definitely stunned some people in their tracks, and also solo on an individual to help get a pick off for the team. But I would still like to see the Farza, and there goes the Farza right there. It has been slotted in. They are going to go in for the Artillery Mage. That's not a bad option, but you got to watch out for the Lapu Lapu. The Lapu Lapu can definitely rush in and try and get a pick off on Farza when you do use that Feather the Airstrike. But something that we haven't seen too often in Season 3 so far is the Kadita. Now, the Kadita is definitely a strong pick. It can kind of get in and out of tricky situations. You have the CC at your disposal as well. And this is going to be a Kadita in the roam position. So I'm expecting a dive type of mentality from this. The Kadita can rush in, get a knock-up, combo that up with the Farza for the Feather Airstrike, can definitely burst somebody down if they're not careful. But then they also got the Blue. So they got 3 magic damage dealers on their team, 2 physical. When you're looking at B6, they got the Xavier. Xavier, who can scale through time, is definitely going to have some damage at his disposal, but he has to play from afar, right? The ones who is going to kind of frontline that damage is going to definitely be the Lapu Lapu as the spearhead, alongside the Terizla, which is picked up, and I do like that. That's something that we've seen overseas. It's becoming more of the meta, more of like the most picked XP laner out there, and I think that's a strong option, especially against this Glue, because Terizla can use his execution strike to be able to get away from the slam when he is grabbed by Glue in his ultimate on that split. So it's definitely not the worst thing to pick up, and I actually think it's possibly the best thing he could have slotted in this situation, as now the draft has been finalized for both Knots and V6. Let me know who you guys think has the better draft. Speaking of drafts, you see the full lineups right there. Knots versus V6. This is going to be game 1. This amazing best of 3 between both of these teams. Knots, formerly known as Suevo, one of the most dominant teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 1 and 2, fighting up against Vanguard, That is going to be Exio's team, the revamped version, I believe, of Bloodhound's Academy. So I can't wait to see which way this goes. I think there's options on the table for both teams. I definitely applaud them for their drafting style. You can definitely tell they have experience, but it's going to boil down to who can execute on the composition that they put forward. And I think both these teams have the capability to put on a great show. Some conditions on the board that have to be met in order for both sides to win. When you are looking at the Melissa on the top side, this is going to be a Melissa up against Flame. So it looks like they're going to be running a 1-3-1 kind of composition. This is going to be 2 fighters. A fighter, Lapu Lapu on the bottom side, Tarizla on the top side. So you're putting all your range damage into the hands of Daizu for the Xavier. That is a very, very risky move. But I'm very interested to see if they can pull it off. I know Huevo, one of those teams, or Knots now, they're definitely not going to give you the easiest time. You're already seeing Flame on the 2v1 situation, trying to take down Moba Zane's horse. Now, what type of name is... When did Moba Zane get a horse? You are looking at Flame, though, still being aggressive. His team to back him up. Rito, Durza, Daizu, rushing in. You're going to see that Thorn Rose connect onto Moba Zane's horse, but not going to be able to secure the kill. Is going to force out the recall. Now, Daizu. The thing about running this Xavier is you have to play very passive. You have to fight from afar, but you don't really have the best rotation, as Xavier is a very passive type of mage. He has to kind of wait and rev up, and then he can deal that massive damage. But he kind of lacks when it comes to up close and personal mages. Farza, a little bit more mobile with the Wings by Wings, as we're seeing right now. Already making her way to the bottom side, as there was a slight skirmish going on. Looks like Flame swapped lanes. Tarizla is now on the bottom side, and the Lapu Lapu has swapped to the top side to go up against Moba Zane's horse. Turtle has spawned in. Both teams getting ready to fight it out for this first neutral objective. You are seeing Durza, Daizu, Rito, Flame. 4v2 against Blaze. Foop is going to even it out to 3, but still they're not matching in numbers. But wait from afar, Yana Cutie with the feather airstrike. Vic secures the turtles. Doesn't matter if they don't have the numbers, they have the aggressive nature, and they have the composition. Yana Cutie gonna get first blood, gonna take down Flames. Rito gonna find Vic, and they take out Blaze. Astro's recall gonna connect, but not gonna seal the deal. But wait a minute, Boop rushes in, does some damage to Rito. Not gonna pull his punches, is gonna go in for blood. Can he take him down? Punctures away just in time, and this is what we talked about with the Lancelot, but no! Boop is gonna rush in with the flicker, and the Slam is gonna find Rito. But now hit with the penalty zone, needs to get out of there, is going to use a split. Astro's recall almost taking him down. No, correction, takes him down. But he was able to take the jungler, so that's definitely a fair trade. But on the top side, on the marksman versus the XP lane, Faithful going up against Moba Zane's horse. Moba Zane's horse is going to prevail and stampede through. But another member falls, as you are going to see Durza fall into the mid lane. And that is going to be Yana Cutie picking up that kill. Right now, you are seeing a 3v1 situation possibly on the way. They are going to pull their punches. 4-2 on the board, 3 minutes in. Already looking like a great game for Knots, but I'm not going to count out Vanguard just yet. They have to be careful, though. They have to pick their fights wisely. They have a more of that passive type composition, but they definitely have the crowd control provided from the Novaria. As long as you can provide that slow with that Astral's recall and Rito, and alongside Faithful can rush in with Phantom's Execution and also the Brave Spider Raging Slash from the Lapu Lapu. That is the playing field that they're going to have to rise on the occasion for. But when you're looking at the Knots, they got a bait on Foop opening up the door with this glue. Yana Cutie dropping down a feathered airstrike, and possibly Baby Blaze putting somebody on a trampoline. That single target CC can definitely work in their favor, and if caught off guard from a bush, I think they can get some easy pickoffs. But second turtle spawning in. We did see the first turtle go to the Knots to give them the slight advantage. They are leading by about 1,000 gold, as we are now seeing Vic pull the aggro. Rito going in, not trying to allow him to steal another objective from his hands. Down goes the penalty zone. Rito secures the retribution, claims the turtle for the Vanguard. 1-for-1 on the board. Rito gonna find Vic as well. Kind of a mirror effect of what we've seen with the first turtle, but this time into the hands of Vanguard. It's going to even out the scoreboard. We're looking at 12.8k on both sides. Neither team has lost a turret yet. But when we're looking at the marksman, Moba Zane's horse already secured a kill. Yana Cutie picked up a kill as well. Baby Blaze. But when you look at the side of Vanguard, 2 of their 3 kills was picked up by Rito, which means their backlines are still hurting a little bit when it comes to damage. They're going to be a little bit behind when it comes to that farm. But now, looking at Flame, going to flip the script, change the narrative. Going to go ahead and claim this turret on the bottom side to have the slight advantage. Mobizane's Horse going to find Miracle. But on the top side, Baby Blaze, Mobizane's Horse left unchecked, may be able to claim this turret. Then Vanguard needs to find a way to get up there. Or maybe they'll trade by trying to push in and put some pressure on the mid. But Yana Cutie has a feathered airstrike, can definitely clear it with no issue. But the immobilization, you are seeing Flame doing some chip damage, taking it about half HP. But on the top side, Mobizane's Horse, left unchecked, is going to claim that turret. That is going to be 1 turret in both sides of the table. Knots claiming the top side, Vanguard claiming the bottom. Now this is a possible battle for the mid-river. 37 seconds until this turtle spawns in. Daizu, picking up the Enchanted Talisman, is going to have a little bit of that regen on his side to be able to fight a little bit longer and regain some of that mana with some CDR. Yana Cutie is going to take down Miracle, though. That is going to be far to pick up the second kill, but taken down by Rito, finding his first death. Vic falling to the hands of Rito as well, picking up a double, now leading with 4 kills. Most kills on the board in this entire game into the hands of Sir Tanks-a-Lot. Rito showing his mastery of this amazing assassin. Mid lane, though, you are seeing Daizu standing strong, trying to deny Vanguard from pushing in. But on the top side, Flame, taking advantage of the separation, is going to go ahead and try and claim this turret. You are going to see in the mid lane, Daizu securing a kill, is going to find Foop on this blue. Turtle is spawned in. Looks like Vanguard is going to be able to take this uncontested. And they also are going to claim the turret on the top side into the hands of Flame. Rito securing the retribution, claiming the turtle, but Flame going to pick up a kill. He's going to go ahead and take down Mobizane's Horse. He's not done, though. The numbers were not in his favor, but he definitely had the willpower to push through. Able to secure a kill, take a turret, a great objective in the hands of the Vanguard. Rito going to claim the turret in the mid lane as well. Map is opening up for the side of Vanguard. It is screaming red. Blue needs to find a way to turn this around. The Knots not in a great position so far. The flicker to the side. You're taken for the stun. The Bravest Fighter Raging Slash able to hit 1, but canceled out by the Feather Airstrike. Yana Cutie gonna take him down. Miracle needing a little bit of a miracle right there, but it didn't work in his favor. But still, pressure leading toward the Vanguard. 7 minutes in, they've claimed all 3 of the first turrets for each lane, and now trying to make their way to the tier 2s, putting some pressure on the purple buff. You are going to see Novaria, Durza, rotating around, providing that slow. Now hit with the mobilization, hit with the alpha charge, mobilized twice, the wombo combo, and down he goes. Vic picking up that kill with the alpha jungle. You are going to see the purple buff still in play. Looks like Flame is going to go in for the contest. They're not trying to give the Knots any room to breathe. Bravest Fighter goes down, Raging Slash. Alpha is stunned, but not long enough to be able to deal some damage. Mystic Field goes out. It's going to catch Baby Blaze in his tracks. And that is just what the Xavier provides from afar. He provides that slow, but he also deals a massive amount of damage. You can already see it right there. Dawning Light hitting Foop, taking him about half HP. Penalty Zone not connecting from Flame. Vic, Blaze, Yana Cutie, Foop, and Mobizane's Horse trying to contest, trying to stop Vanguard from pushing into the tier 2 turret from the mid lane. Vanguard trying to find a way through, but all minions have been cleared out. Some utilities been burnt out as well as Faithful rushes in alongside Flame. Penalty Zone drops down. Immobilization. Rito finds Vic for the mega kill. Feather Airstrike. Mobile Horse is going to go ahead and take down Flame. This is the most interesting name I think I've ever seen. Mobizane's Horse. Who would have thought his horse is 3-1-1. An amazing KDA. Definitely making Mobizane proud. But now, you are going to see this Lord possibly going again to the side of Vanguard with little to no contest. They're able to claim all of the turtles, and now with the first Lord in their favor, this may be what they need to be able to claim some of these tier 2 turrets. But even without the Lord, Miracle clearing these minions. Looks like Vanguard is going to rush in, needs to deny him, needs to contest. Is going to use a Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash, finds the backline, forces out the flicker from Yana Cutie, and now the Feather Airstrike. The overextension was costly. Yana Cutie is going to take him down. He's not able to secure that tier 2 turret for the top side as Foop is going to go ahead and deny it. But on the bottom lane, Mobizane's Horse is going to try and stampede through Flame, joined by Vic. Vic secures the kill. Rito tries to get there. Astral Recall from Durza. Not going to hit the mark. Rito going to check the bush. Not going to find Mobizane's Horse. He's able to escape Daizu in the blink of an eye. Talk about a matter of milliseconds before he was hit with the auto basic attack. And He was able to recall back to the base with his life. Lord pushing on the bottom side. Man, a crazy game so far. Looking at the items, Novaria picking up that Clock of Destiny. Definitely going to have a lot of that heavy mana sustainability. Clock of Destiny was picked up alongside the Enchanted Talisman, so the CDR is definitely there to be able to stay in longer and provide that slow. But Baby Blaze is going to take down Novaria. Speak of the devil, Raging Slash goes down. Miracle finds Baby Blaze, gets a double, catches Vic in the process. Yana Cutie left in the mid lane, hit by the Dawning Light alongside Rito with the Thorn Rose and falls. Dice securing that kill in the tier 2 turret, going to the Vanguard. Now they're going to push in, trying to go into the base, trying to crack it open. Mobizane's horse needing a little bit of grass to eat, needing a little bit of carrots to be able to hold off the Vanguard from pushing into their base. Boop. Soaking up all of that damage right there, just showing you how sustainable the glue can be in these situations. Picked up that Dreadnought armor alongside the Radiant armor as well, so he has the magic defense, and he also has a little bit of physical. The magic boots to kind of negate some of the slow on the table, especially from that Novaria, can definitely be a crucial piece to these skirmishes. And now the airstrike drops down. Raging Slash from Faithful needs to get away. Vic, caught by Flame, is going to take him down with the Execution Strike. Faithful hit with the split and the slam, bam, bam. Foop is going to take him down in the midst of chaos, though. Foop needs to get out of there. Rito sees the low HP, tries to take the kill. All members trying to increase their KDA. Rito going to find it first. Unstoppable is going to go ahead and take down Foop. Dawning Light from afar, not going to hit the mark. Mobizane's horse, Baby Blaze, Yana Cutie left to defend the base. They're sitting down with only their inhibitors and their Nexus behind them. And 4 members of the Vanguard trying to open it up. You are going to see the Rough Waves go in, not going to hit the mark. Going to go ahead and try and do some damage, though. Minions pushing in. Vanguard not letting their foot off the gas. Novaria with the Astral is going to rush in. Astral Echo for the slow to increase the hit markers as well. Immobilization on Mobizane's horse, and the damage of the Dawning Light! Dies and secures the kill! I guess that was the gameplay all along, right? You're going to go ahead and pick up this Xavier. You're going to slot it in with that Astral Echo, increase the hit markers, increase that slowness as well. It's like a Death Valley right there with the Dawning Light and the Astral Echo. We're going to call it the Dawning Echo. I love when a synergy composition comes alive, and you can definitely see it thriving for the Vanguard right now. 12 minutes in, Vanguard still being overly aggressive, maintaining their focus inside of the jungle, trying to deny Vanguard from pushing out. But now, you are going to see this Lord spawn in. It's going to be the second Lord of the game, and it looks like it's going to go to the Vanguard yet again, uncontested. But look at Baby Blaze in the bush. Possible game plan on the way, but he's by himself. He may not have what it takes to be able to burst down a member, so he has to be careful. Durza, Flame, very close. Not going to be able to connect. No, he does! He flickers to the side. Breath the Ocean, Rough Waves, Ocean's Oddity with the flicker, secures a kill, finds Durza, but now Faithful gonna take him down. The 1-for-1 trade, but he was able to take out Novaria, stop that slow, and that Astral Echo providing that additional hitbox, or extending the hitbox range. But is that enough to stop the pressure from the Vanguard? As they're having an excellent game right now. Even though it is 15-14, they have only lost a turret on the bottom and top side. They've claimed this Luminous Lord, who is now making his way down to the bottom. Gonna go ahead and crash into this inhibitor and open up the base for the Knots. Down goes the Feather Airstrike, trying to go in for the denial, but Faithful rushes in, gets the backline, takes down Horse with the Bravest Fighter Raging Slash. Lord now making his way into the base crystal, taking 25% HP, almost taking it down to 50. Dawning Light from afar, split activated onto Daisy. Thorn Rose from Rito. They don't have the minions though. They have to pull back. Vic gonna rush in alongside Yana Cutie, Baby Blaze, Foop frontlining, trying to stop them from taking yet another inhibitor. Minions pushing in on the top side. Dawning Light is gonna rain down the mid lane. Minions still in favor for Vanguard. Do they go in to try and take the remaining 50% of the space crystal? Rito finds Vic with a monster kill. Feather Airstrike for the zonus control from Yana Cutie, raining down missiles. Breath the Ocean, Rough Waves, Mobilization, Baby Blaze, trying to do the last remaining damage. 25% Mobilization Torch finds Miracle. Boop. Trying to rush in, grabs a split on the Durza, slam, but the mobility too much to handle. Pulled him way far away from his teammates, but created the opportunity and then to be able to clear out this minion is definitely a close call. They have to be careful. I don't know if they can withstand another push into the base, as you are going to go ahead and see Foop on his heroic save fall to 4 members of the Vanguard. 19-15, 15 minutes in, slowly getting to that late game. items being built up. You're looking at MLSA already having the Demon Hunter sword, able to hit the tankier composition, going to be able to burst down at Tarizla. He did pick up that Dominance Ice, the Radiant Armor. He has the Immortality, so he has a plan when he falls, possibly be able to go in and get yet another kill. But look at Xavier, already picking up the Divine Glaive. The late game pin is in his favor. You're going to see that Lightning Truncheon. You're going to see the Clock of Destiny alongside the Enchanted Talisman to increase the CDR. But Novaria with the Divine Glaive as well. A lot of magic damage. Durza on the Novaria finds Jana Cutie. Baby Blaze with the Rough Waves trying to take out Daizu. Thorn Rhodes goes down, but Daizu falls. Baby Blaze securing that kill. Battle in the mid lane on the way. A possible closeout. Faithful takes out Mobazane Horse. Rito finds Baby Blaze for the double kill as Faithful finds another. Is going to go ahead and take down Vic. Almost a wipeout. Poop all by himself. Not able to hold off the team. And the Vanguard pushes through and claims victorious against the Knots for game 1 of the second series.
Victory!
Man, what a game. Definitely something I thrive to be able to do as the cast as two people. Appreciate you, Steph. Appreciate you, Wheezy. Just look at it. 16-23. A great game so far, but you cannot count out either side. There's still a chance to be able to turn this around. You're looking at the statistics. Durza, the Knots having a great game. Team participation going to Daizu, 70%. Rito, 74% actually. Excellent game indeed. But I want to say they're pretty much stacked across the board. Definitely shows you that they have a lot of team synergy. I got to see a way for Vanguard to turn this around. I think they have the mentality to be able to do it. And they definitely know how to bounce back when the pressure is not in their favor. So let's go ahead and get these teams ready for a possible game 2. Man, guys, gotta rate my casting on the solo cast. Solo cast, moving the camera and hosting is definitely a challenge. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. That is going to be game 1, going over to the Knots over the Vanguard. Only game 1 though. Can the Vanguard turn this around? We'll find out here momentarily. We'll be right back with you guys for game 2.
Motherfucker, I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to die shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Less the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny motherfucker. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me.
Showtime! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Game 1 of the second series went into the hands of Knots up against Vanguard. I realized the banners were swapped. My bad. One thing wrong. Don't judge me, but it's fixed for the next one. As both these teams ready to jump back in for the second match of the day, are we going to be able to see Vanguard pick up the fallen pieces and even out the series? Or are we going to see Knots claim victorious with this match point and get the second sweep of the day? As both these teams are ready, we're going to go ahead and jump straight into the draft. Here we go. Knots versus Vanguard. Vanguard in a hard position. Definitely not the game they wanted. Just didn't look really too solid for them, honestly. You've seen Knots just kind of dominate. But I wouldn't say it was too hard of a one-sided story. I think Vanguard, they started figuring out a way to defend properly, but it was a little too late with the deficit they had. Knots was not going to slip through the cracks and make a mistake. So I think if Vanguard wants to take this, they got to play passive. They got to play a game of chess. They can't let the first advantage go to the side of Knots. Knots, we see them claim the first turtle and also claim the first kill. Vanguard needs to play a little passive, wait, try and find a way to either secure this first objective or the turtle or go in for the kill on the opposing lane. You definitely want to find a trade when it comes to these kinds of things, because if not, you're going to see the tally stack up on the enemy side, and that's what we've seen from the early game for the side of Knots. So, looking at the draft, first ban has been thrown out. That is going to be the Kufra for Knots. I'm wondering what the playstyle or plan is going to be. Usually when you ban out a Kufra, it can mean a couple of things. The first thing that goes to my head is maybe they're trying to take out a comfort pick for the side of Vanguard. Maybe they're expecting that Kufra to always be slotted, but another option would be to pick somebody up that Kufra can give a hard time to. Somebody such as the Joy. Anybody with dashing capability can definitely be a problem. The Wanwan still on the table, a hero that we haven't really seen anybody really picking up recently. So Leslie is going to get taken off the board as well for the sides of Knots. This is looking like more of a directly targeted ban. Like they're trying to take out some comfort picks for the side of Vanguard. Because even though Leslie, very strong marksman, can definitely counter the Claude. Maybe they're trying to pick up the Claude here. When you ban like this and you have first pick, you're allowing a lot on the table for Vanguard to pick up because they're going to be reactive. They get 2 picks in this first phase of the draft. So I wonder which way it's going to go. Dairoth taken out as well from the side of Vanguard. This is very unorthodox when it comes to drafting. The Dairoth, I understand that one. Now, for the side of Knots, they have Flame. Flame used to be a supreme Dairoth. The man is a problem when you allow him to pick it up, but the problem when he runs a Dairoth, don't let him let you guys, don't tell him that I told you guys this, but he likes to be overly aggressive. And so if you allow him to run a Dairoth, punish on the opposing lane, or take him down with a gank, that's a great way to start it off. But Flame is one of those fighters that likes to rush in and take the first kill, so that's a little bit of his weakness right there, you know. Flame, don't let me get you in the XP lane, Flame. I'm waiting for you. I actually used to fight him all the time in the XP lane on my server back in the day before I was a caster. But anyway, jumping back into this match, a little bit of some lore in the background. The Eve has been taken off the table. That is going to finalize the first phase of the ban for Knots. Looking at V6 still having their final selection. Novaria is on the table. Does Vanguard let them slot it in? Possibly, but Glue is still on the table as well, but Faramis has walked, so do you pick up the Glue or do you pick up the Faramis? One of the biggest debates in Mobile Legends right now. What would you guys decide? Do you take the Glue and deal with the counter of a Faramis, or do you take the Faramis to counter the Glue and also provide the sustainability and a 3D style of drafting? But the Glue can also provide that as well, but no, they're not going to go for either. They're going to go for the Arlot, so I would definitely possibly go for the Glue and the Faramis here if I was Vanguard. But no, they're going to go for the Lapu Lapu instead. So this is going to be a definitely aggressive match in the XP lane between Flame and also the XP lane Foop for Vanguard. But they're hovering over this Alucard. Okay, I don't know about that one. Alucard, not something that I typically see. It's honestly interesting to see what these teams go for, right? I always ask the question, how does our region scale to Philippines, to Indonesia, shoot, even Myanmar, Malaysia, when it comes to drafting? And something that I've noticed from watching the MPL overseas is majority of them go for, I would say, more of a globalized picks and bans. They ban out the glue, they ban out the Faramis, and they don't allow it to walk at all costs. But they definitely don't pick up, or they don't ban like the Dairoth. They just work around it. But I don't know, maybe they're figuring that Flame has a limited hero pool and they're trying to expose that. You're gonna go ahead and see this Valentina slotted up for Vanguard though. One thing that the Valentina provides is draft pressure. When the Valentina is slotted within the first half of the draft, it makes the other team have to be careful on what they slot. There are 2 ways around it and 2 ways only. Way 1 is picking heroes that Valentina cannot profit off of when it comes to that IMU ultimate, to be able to use any hero's ultimate against them. Way 2 is to pick as many heroes as you can that Valentina can profit off, to where she can only choose 1. A lot of people don't know that, but do it the second way, it actually can work out way more in your favor if you do it correctly. So we'll see what happens. We're going to see that Carry slotted in. Carry, a late game damage dealer. Definitely going to be able to burst down a beefy composition. Can definitely burst down the Lapu Lapu. But Chao has been picked up. Not just by anybody, by the side of Vanguard. I'm wondering how this is going to play out with the Chao. There's going to be a Chao in the roam position. Franco's been slotted in as well. I'm wondering if they're going to go for the assassin. When you have the Franco, you have the suppression at your table, but the problem that Franco has is a single target CC, so you need somebody on your team to make up for the additional group CC. You have the Arlot, the final slash, could definitely be a problem, but Arlot also needs some group CC on his team to be able to profit from. I'm looking at the board, Eve has been banned out, but that was banned out by Knots, so they may be going in for a mage over here that can provide that group CC, maybe a game plan, but I don't know. I don't even see them pulling out something like Luigi. So something that can provide the CC can definitely work in their favor. Maybe they even pick up the Kadita and slot it in the mid lane. We'll see. But Vanguard on their side, gonna go ahead and take that Faramis. Wait, Novaria's still on the table, isn't she? Oh, Novaria's on the table. Ah. Okay, so Novaria needs to get banned out. If Novaria doesn't get banned out, I'm predicting that Knots is gonna slot that in because they need it for that Astral Echo to be able to provide some additional marks for the Arlot. But we are going to go ahead and see Xavier taken down from the side of Vanguard. That is going to be the final ban on their side of the table. Mitzathar for Knots. Now there's still 2 picks on the table. First pick on this one is going to go to Vanguard. They have their roam, they have their mage, and they have their XP. They don't have their jungler yet. They can't pick an assassin. I don't really see them doing that, especially with that Franco being on the table. Possibly go in for this Martis, not the worst option. It can't deny the suppression, but it's definitely a strong option regardless. Martis, funny story, is my favorite hero. I was playing him even before his meta, I'm telling you. But there it goes. You're going to see the Fredrin locked in, the jungler for the side of Knots. Honestly, we haven't seen Fredrin slotted too often in Season 3, but he's still a strong jungler. And the thing about this Fredrin is he has the energy eruption, so he's like a walking petrify. He has the knockup. And that is what Arlot needs to be able to proc those marks of Asteros, I believe, to be able to get some additional damage and be able to dash in for the kill. And they're going to go ahead and pick up the Valir as well. So that Searing Turret is going to be able to push people back, especially when you have this Martyrs who's going to try and rush it. But he has Mortal Coil, so he can still find a way around it. Cho, who is primarily focused on rushing in, getting that dive the way of the dragon, now has to watch out. But no, they're not going to go in for it. They're going to go for the Burst Mage instead. They're going to go ahead and take this Lilia up. That's going to secure early game damage and burst potential alongside the carry who can make up for the late. So they have their mid checked off. They have their late game damage checked off. But the issue is the Lilia finding a way to close the distance without being punished. You're rushing into a Martis who can chain her up with CC. She doesn't have Purify. She has the Flicker. And then you also have a Cho with the way of the Dragon, which can stop her from being able to use those black shoes if you don't have that Purify. So that's high risk, high reward. Definitely going to have to watch out for that. Vanguard, though, keep in mind, they are in a slight deficit. They are down by 1 match. Knots has the advantage. If they're able to close this out, they will get the sweep. You are going to see the final pick locked in. That is going to be the Lunox. Some additional early game burst potential, but also a little bit of sustainability and survivability with that Brilliance to be able to activate and be invulnerable and then also the Order of Chaos to be able to rush in with that Dark Magic. But they're not really beefy. I guess it can work on the Fredrin. Definitely a game plan. But let me know who you guys think won the draft between the Knots and V6 and who you think will be able to take this game as we are moving on into Game 2 of the second series. Yeah, you are looking at both lineups on the way. Knots versus Vanguard. Knots able to claim victorious with a one-sided story for Game 1. Vanguard put in an awkward situation. Needs this game to be able to even out the series. Who will be able to claim victorious? As you are seeing Baby Blaze running on the Cho. This is not just any Cho. This is Cho in the roam position, running that beautiful KOF skin. You are going to go ahead and see Flame on the R-Lot in the XP lane, going toe-to-toe with Foop, with this Lapu Lapu, with the assistance in his lane already. You're going to go ahead and see Valentina waiting, playing passively. Something new that we've been seeing is the Mage rotating nice and early to the XP lane. But look at Saya in the bush, possibly going to get a stun. Does have the Iron Hook with the flicker and the knockback. Grabs Yana Cutie. Wow. Definitely showing you a sneak peek of what this match has in store. But on the bottom side, similar situation, 2v1. Faithful taken down to 50% HP. Baby Blaze rotating from the mid to the bottom on the Cho. But on the top side, Flame, Foop, trying to test out their power, trying to see who has the supremacy in the XP lane. Vic gonna join the party, gonna use Azura's Wrath, Mortar Coils, forcing Flame to use a flicker. Can they get a kill? He does have level 4. Decimation goes down. Vic takes down Flame. Now, talked about it. We kind of brought it into reality. But on the bottom side, Faithful is going to find Miracle. Man. Oh, Faithful is Miracle. Going to go ahead and find Rito, who is going to go now recall back to the base from that early death. But that's the thing about, you know, we were saying about Flame running the XP lane. Sometimes can get a little over-aggressive. You don't want to kind of fall this early in the match, especially before the first turtle as the XP lane. Your job is to get level 4 at all costs and rotate and wait for the opportunity to be that frontline presence that your team needs. And unfortunately, he got a slight denial on that. Was taken down with the 2v1 situation. And now he's still not level 4. Turtle is in. And that is what happens when you play a little over aggressive. And this is the little things that we see that can make the difference between a good and a great team. You're going to find Rito fall. That is going to be the jungler for Knots, putting Vanguard in a position to take this turtle with no contest as they have the retribution, and Vic is going to waste no time claiming that for the Vanguard. And now the rotation onto the purple buff. Saya for the denial. Rito picks up a kill with the assistance of Baby Blaze. Very low, but able to find Faithful. Looking at Daizu, still running this early game Lilia. He definitely has the power of the Glooms, but unfortunately, early game did not work in their favor for that first objective. 1-3 on the board. Vanguard leading in terms of kills and leading in terms of the neutral objectives, and also stripping some of that gold off that turret for the bottom side. We are looking at this R-Lot. He did go in for the magic shoes, so he's going to have a little bit of that advantage when it comes to that anti-slow. So when you have that Valentina running on him with that Terrify, it's not going to affect him as easily. And speaking of the R-Lot, Flame already taking Foop to about half HP, dealing some massive damage 3 minutes in. Bottom side though, 3v3 possibly on the way. Rito going for this crab. Wondering which way this is going to go. Right now, Vanguard having the advantage. They have an objective under their table. They also have a lead in terms of kills. 3-2-1 so far. Trying to crease that right now as Rito kind of caught off guard by Baby Blaze with the G-Kundo. Now rotating with Saya to the bottom side. Trying to catch Rito off guard. And you know something that, oh my goodness. Forcing out the brilliance. Gonna go ahead and dodge that Iron Hook just in time. And that is what the Lunox provides. And I gotta give Rito credit. Not too many people are running the mage in the gold lane, at least in North America. And on top of that, not the Lunox. Typically we will see like a Harith down there or something, but the Lunox kind of brings back memories, and it still works. I think Rito can definitely play this to his advantage. He's bursty just like the carry is as well. He just deals the magic damage. You're going to go ahead and see Saya, though, still maintaining that pressure on the bottom side. His whole mission is to catch Rito. He was able to bait out that Brilliant, so he does not have that Light Form to protect himself, and he also does not have a Purify to get out of the Bloody Hunt. But speaking of Purifies, Daizu not having one, having a Flicker, not able to escape. Foop is going to Flicker in and secure the kill with the Braves Fighter. Raging Slash, the airborne knockup, and Rito taking some damage. Turtle going to Vic with the zonage of his team, forcing Knots out of the Turtle Pit. 2 objectives into the hands of the Vanguard. A very great start. Looking at Rito, claiming these minions in the mid lane, not trying to allow Vanguard to have any more of an advantage than they already have. There goes the Flicker, there goes the Brilliance. Iron Hook does not follow. You're going to see Saya run into the bush though. Catches Baby Blaze and Yana. Iron Hook not going to connect on anything. Vic rushing far behind enemy lines. Baby Blaze and Yana Cutie to join him. Rito sustaining himself, frontlining the damage. Daizu from afar with the Power of Gloom, trying to do damage but not hitting the mark. Vic from around from far uses Decimation. Rito finds the kill with that assistance of that ultimate. Rito is going to fall. You are going to see Vic pick up that with the Decimation. Great gameplay so far from Vanguard. 5-1. Poop in the mid lane. Flame defending. Going to go ahead and clear those minions with Final Slash. But speaking of Final Slash, Baby Blaze hit the Power of the Gloom. The Flicker in from Faithful Miracle. Trying to use Speedy Light Wheels, but denied. Rito is going to show him who the top dog is going to burst him down. That is going to be Marksman falling for Knots. Got to be careful, already off to a bad start. You are looking at Faithful 1-2-0 on the scoreboard. Carry, one of those marksmen that you want to scale through time and be able to take advantage from the mid to the late game. But the more deaths he picks up, the longer it's going to be for him to pick up that power spike. We are looking at the items already. Looking at carries, only has the corrosion sights built. But when you're looking at Lunox, already has the Lightning Truncheon and already picked up that Elegant Gem for some of that mana and CDR. And now, speaking of both sides, battling it out. Vic gonna find a kill, finds Rito. Decimation activated, showing you the power of the early game with the Smartest in the Mortal Coils. Yana Cutie alongside him. You are gonna see him take another kill. Is gonna find Daizu. Vic 3-0-3, the jungler for the Vanguard. And it's just a nasty combination. When you pair up the Martis alongside this Valentina, the Terrify, the Mortal Coils, and a Decimation is definitely not something you want to be caught in between. You are going to see this Turtle, yet again, uncontested, not unable to find a way in, claimed by the Vanguard. Now with this advantage, they are now leading by about 4 to 5,000 gold right now. And you got to be careful what fights you pick, as they definitely have the advantage. And items with the Iron Hook from a mile away, catches Vic. In the blink of an eye, he is able to Mortal Coil out of there, though. Flame for the chase. Boop finds a turret. Faithful finds Blaze in the mid lane. Boop left unchecked, though, was able to claim some more real estate, opening the map even more for the side of the Vanguard, as they're able to claim the top and the bottom turret. Right now, not having any answers. They need to either close into this mid lane to create the pressure of having an advantage on the map. But Vanguard there with the short denial is not going to allow that to happen. Gotta give credit to Vic, and you gotta give credit to Rito alongside Yana Cutie. Rito playing this Lunox in the bottom side, using the Brilliance, able to fight the 1v2, the carry alongside the Franco, working in their team's favor. With the Franco providing that pressure on the bottom side, left him not able to rotate around the map, and his team made up for it with the numbers. But now, speaking of numbers, 2v1 situation, Faithful needing a little bit of a miracle right there. Taken down by Baby Blaze with the way the dragon and the recall emote. Talk about a flashy finish. In the mid lane, though, looking at Vic, Yana Cutie, clearing out these minions. Battle on the way as Foop uses the Bravest Fighter. Raging Slash onto Flame. He does have the mark of Asteros, but he's not going to go in. He's going to go ahead and use the Final Slash on these minions, trying to deny Foop from claiming any more turrets. Right now, Saya rushing in. Bravest Fighter possibly going to go down. Saya is going to leave, though. He's not going to maintain that focus. Not going to even try to stop Foop. And not the worst decision is he did not have vision on Vic, Yana Cutie, or even Baby Blaze over there hiding in the bush. But now Foop still fighting it out. Very confident on this Lapu Lapu. Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash. But now, Baby bursts down by the Speedy Light Will. Faithful going to secure that kill. That is going to be 3 kills now for Carry, which was 1 to 3, is now 3 to 3 for the KDA, slowly evening it out. Daizu going to find a kill, is going to go ahead and shut down Rito. 2 members down for the side of Vanguard. Can they make it another as Rito finds Baby Blaze? That is going to be another member falling. 5 to 9. The Knots paving their way through this power struggle and may be able to come out on top. You are going to see this Lord in play. And now, for the first time this entire game, Knots having the advantage in Zona's control. Vic trying to wrap around, has the Mortal Coils, and Flame a little late to rotate around to stop him. Is going to use all of his CC, all of his utility with the final slash. Yanakuti finds Saya, Retribution! Going to Vic! He's able to steal it! Flame's going to take him down! But mission accomplished. Baby Blaze finds Miracle, finds backline. Rito takes down Foop. Find out over though as you are going to see the power of Glooms go down. Final slash from Flame, finds Yanakuti. Flame takes a triple, finds Rito, and Maniac finds Baby Blaze. A full wipeout for the Vanguard. What is going on right now? The Knots has almost evened out the scoreboard. They lost the Lord, but they got a Maniac, they got a wipeout, and they took the turret in the mid lane. Excellent trade, if you ask me. That is definitely okay to lose out on that first Lord. As now the map has been opened up, this is what they needed, a chance to turn this around, and a chance was given to them. Now the question is, where do they go from here? Baby Blaze hit with the suppression, nobody to follow up. Saya hit with the Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash, away the Dragon, my God! They just turned him black and blue, and down to the caster's desk to join me. Now I have a co-caster. Saya, how you doing? Faithful and Daizu forced a retreat, didn't want no parts of that action, and I don't blame them. You are going to see Yanakuti, Vic, Rito putting some pressure in the mid lane. Daizu, Flame defend them off. Gonna go ahead and clear out these minions. But now with this match being turned around, it is anybody's game. Corrosion Scythe, you're gonna look at that being built up from this carry. Didn't go in for any more damage items, did pick up that belt. You're gonna look at this Lilia going in for the Enchanted Talisman alongside the Magic Shoes, so the CDR is definitely there. Can definitely burst them down with these glues, and also has the Ice Cream Wand for the slow. So it's not really a high damage build, but it's a stay in the fight and slow them down as much as possible for your team to pick up these kills. You are looking at a possible clash on the way for the top side, though. Saya is not going to be able to connect with that Iron Hook on a Baby Blaze, but the suppression finds the mark, the taunt. Saya secures the kill, finds Vic in the 4v1 situation. The Knots coming out on top, able to claim the turret for the top side. Bottom lane, though, you got to wonder, is the Vanguard going to get a trade off this? And right now, they're losing a lot of real estate, and they're not finding anything for it. And if this keeps on happening, the Knots may be able to tie up this series to 1-1 for the third game. And that's what we love to see. We don't like seeing one-sided stories, and we were wondering how they were going to play under this pressure, and they're performing very well. It's funny, too, because the beginning of this match did not look like it was in the Knots' favor. It was honestly in the Vanguard's favor. They had the kill pressure, they had all the neutral objectives, but look how quick that could change when you look away for a split second, when you make a slight mistake. And this just shows you how much the Knots are evolving, and definitely a team to watch out for in MLSA Season 3. As you are going to see Miracle claim a turret on the bottom side, left unchecked, is going to go ahead and take that first turret. And speaking of Faithful, we got to watch out for him. He's slowly going to be getting his items. Already picked up his Demon Hunter Sword. Now can burst down Martis on the tank build, can take down Baby Blaze alongside Foop. You're going to have to rely on Yana and Rito to deal with him, because if they can't, it's going to be a very easy time for him to burst down the beefier composition. But that's depending on Knots protecting him. Speaking of protecting him, looking at Flame soaking up all that damage for his team. Now is the time for them to rush in, but no, they're not going to make it in time. Rito, left by himself, is going to dash out. Lord has been reset, but they could have took that fight. They burnt out all of their utility to take down Flame, but now they're allowing them to get their ultimates back, which means they have to pull their punches. Boot is going to rush in. Bravest Fighter goes down with the Earthshaker for the slam. Boot finds a kill, takes down Saya. Lord at 50% HP is going to possibly be reset. You're going to look at Rito rushing away. 25% HP. Not going to be able to take this Lord, which is now being bursted down by Vic and Foop. Baby Blaze, Rito, Yanakuti there for the zoner's control, and Vic is going to secure it with the Retribution. Lord going to the side of Vanguard yet again. We've seen a little bit of hope for the Knots, but was that shut down? Was the Vanguard able to take control of this game again? Taking not only this Lord, but also able to claim the turret in the mid lane and a tier 2 for the top side. Looking at Faithful, starting to find his way on getting online, but he needs to be protected. Flame able to soak up all this damage, but right now, we need to see them play a little bit tighter together. We're seeing Flame get picked off and nobody there to be able to help him. He gets a set, he burns out all the utility from the opposing side, but at what cost if you fall and your team doesn't make the most out of the situation? If you're going to soak up that damage, his team needs to be there to follow through. They need to be there to use all their skills after it's been baited out by Flame from the Vanguard, and we didn't see that, unfortunately. But now, as Lord's making his way on the bottom side, or the top side, led by Vic, and on the bottom side, Blaze, Foop, Rito, and Yana Cutie. A little bit of that sandwich position, trying to claim some more real estate. Foop caught in the middle of 4 members, and the way the Dragon. Foop is going to go ahead and take down Flame. Excellent read. You are going to look at Saya, trying to deny them. Tier 2 does go to the Vanguard for the bottom side, leaving only the Tier 2 for the mid lane, and the inhibitors for the top and the bottom. Right now, you are slowly seeing the Vanguard inch their way up the map, trying to close this out, trying to even out this series, but you got to see how it plays out. Looking at the Vanguard trying to put some pressure in. The Knots, they need this victory for the sweep. The Vanguard needs to even it out. Can they do it? I'm wondering which way this is going to go. Rito looking very strong, getting very tanky, but he has to watch out for the Lunox. Lunox just picked up the Divine Glaive, able to burst him down, especially with that Radiant Armor. Not going to have the most effect now, as you have that Divine Glaive stacked up with that Genius one. You're looking at Martis running the tank build as well. Did go in for the Cursed Helmet, or the Guardian Helmet for the regen. You are going to look at the Chow, though. This is damage build Chow. He did go in for the Blade of Heptases and the Hunter Strike, alongside the Malefic Roar and a Legion Sword. So he has a lot of pin. He also has mobility when it comes to getting that first initial hit off of that Hunter Strike. That can work in his favor. It's going to be an explosive game, as you are seeing Carry pick up the Brute Force Breastplate for a little bit of that defense. Right now, it's anybody's game. 16 minutes in, respawn timers are only getting higher, which means high risk, high reward. Protect your backlines at all costs. Looking at Lunox on the top side. Baby Blaze for the babysit is going to protect him. On the bottom side, Faithful rotating around, making sure Flame and Sai are in position for that vision. They are going to look to try and even out this map, trying to get some wave management, but on the top side, minions are making their way into the inhibitor, forcing Daizu to stay in the base to defend, as this Lord has spawned in. But on the bottom side, you are looking at Faithful now trying to chip down this turret. Yana Cutie trying to do some damage, hits him with a final slash. The Iron Hook does not connect. Wait a minute, able to get out of it. The suppression from the Bloody Hunt and the taunt. The way the Dragon knocking him airborne for the cancel. Rito takes down Saya. The Rome has fallen for the Knots. Can they get another? Is this where the Vanguard is triumphant? Is this the deciding factor to turn this game in their favor and close it out to even out the series? Or are we going to see Knots make their way in for the denial? Rito slowly rotating around. Definitely has sustainability to be able to get it, but look at Baby Blaze in the bush waiting for the Lord to get low enough for the knockup. He's definitely going to focus on possibly the jungler or backline mage. The flicker has been burnt out. Daizu now hit with the way the Dragon and taken down by Baby Blaze, showing you that heavy offensive build that he's put together. The Hunter Strike, the Blade of Heptases working at his advantage. Rito picking up a kill is going to go ahead and find Baby Blaze, but now the fight goes down. Praises Wrath as well. Saya finds Rito. Decimation from Flame, Retribution, Suppression from the Bloody Hunt for the stun. Saya for a double on the Franco, takes down Yana Cutie. Do we see Franco with the triple? He goes in for it. Vic trying to get away alive. Hit with the final slash. Immortality has been proc. Cooper to Mega Kill takes down Faithful. The stun. And a killing spree activated. Vic finds yet another kill. The 4-4-2 Franco coming alive in the late game. We are going to see this Lord Luminous push on the top side, making his way to the base of the Knots. You are looking at the denial from Rito, a roadblock in its path to stop it from crashing into the inhibitor. You're looking at wave management from Flame on the bottom side. Gonna go ahead and clear out these minions, trying to get the advantage on the map. But look at Foop. Seeing him on the map, is not gonna go for it. He is gonna go in for this minion instead. And right now, this is what we call a stalemate. Neither side has the advantage, and it's gonna boil down to the next team fight engagement. But you have to be careful on how far you overextend. We're looking at Saya already giving some vision, but nobody there to follow up if he's caught off guard. We are looking at Lunox. Gonna go ahead and continue the farm route. Gonna go ahead and try and get a little bit beefier. Lunox already having that Winter Truncheon as a saving grace when that utility is burnt out. Possibly going to bait out the glooms and carry on the speedy light wheels. Or Arlot, probably waiting for all the utility to be used. Blade of Despair has been picked up from Cho. Baby Blaze is going for a one-shot. He's trying to burst down anybody caught by the way of the dragon. We've seen how much damage he dealt when he found Daizu off guard on that orange buff on the bottom side. Pretty much was able to take him down with the way of the dragon. It looks like it may be even more of a horrific story if he can do it again, especially with that Blade of Despair being at his disposal. Looking at Saya, though, giving some great presence on the map. Going to provide that vision, but Foop is going to match it. Iron Hook, not going to find Foop in the bush. But you got to applaud both teams knowing what's at stake, knowing what's on the board, playing passively. Nobody on the top side to clear that minion. So it's going to be even wave management right now. They're going to wait for this Lord to spawn in. Somebody's going to rotate to the top first. And it looks like that's going to be Foop. With Foop rotating up there and nobody rotating to match him, he's going to be able to clear these minions, which is going to force one of the members from the Knots to go back to the base to defend, which is going to put him at a deficit. A little bit of a slight advantage for the Vanguard to be able to take this Lord. Lord spawning in 17 seconds and Foop already there for the split push. Now they have one or two options. They can circle around and try and take down Foop, but Foop not going to stay there to clear the minions. Clear just enough for the slight advantage. Lord has spawned in Faithful around there to be able to burst it down. Flame, Rito, and Saya. But look at Vic in the bush. Has been spotted out. He is the jungler for the Vanguard. We were able to see him steal one of the neutral objectives before, but can he do it again? Down goes Azura's Wrath. Down goes the Lethal Wanderer. You are going to see Baby Blaze taken down to about half HP. Some massive damage dealt right there from Faithful. Look at how easily he's hacking into that heavy composition of defense. You are going to find Baby Blaze falling. Saya taking down Vic. That is a double kill. And now it's going to create the opportunity that the Knots needed to be able to take this neutral objective. A slight miscalculation from the Vanguard, losing not only their jungler, but also their roam, and may lose Foop as well, their XP lane, who was caught by three members. Not even the bravest fighter, Raging Slash, can keep him alive. Flame is going to get the shutdown, and now they're going to focus onto the mid lane, possibly close this out. Rito there to contest alongside Yana. You are looking at Yana still in the bush, but needs to get back, or they're going to be able to close this out. They have the Bloody Hunt on the way. Brilliant's activated. It's going to possibly find Faithful. The suppressor Rena Truncheon comes in clutch, but not going to save him. Yana Cutie is going to find Faithful. Saya going to find Rito. Yana Cutie going to fall to Flame over there on the R-Lot in a 3v1 situation. That is going to be Baby Blaze all by himself with the full damage Cho to hold off the four-man team of the Knots trying to push through the mid lane, but they don't have the pressure to be able to close this out, as you are going to see Vic join the battle just in time to be able to clear out these minions. 22 minutes in. What a show. Valentina picking up the Blood Wings, stacked up with the Divine Glaive alongside the Lightning Truncheon and Clock of Destiny combination. You're seeing full item builds from both sides of the table. Lapu Lapu picking up that Oracle from additional shield, additional region that he gets. You are going to see that Bloodlust Axe picked up as well. And now the Lord crashing in is going to go ahead and clear the inhibitor for the mid side, cracking open the base for the Vanguard. The Knots trying to claim the series with a sweep, trying to pull out the brooms, trying to shut down the Vanguard, but can they do it? The taunt, the energy eruption on the Vic. Immortality has been procced, the stun, the suppression for the Bloody Hunt. Flame takes down Blaze. Vic gets back with Mortal Coils into the base for additional regen, able to live to tell another tale. Can he fend off the pressure from the Knots, though, as they're able to claim the inhibitor on the bottom side, leaving only the top standing. Vintage pushing through the mid, pushing through the bottom, quickly being cleared out. Brilliance being activated. You are seeing turrets falling left and right, though. The last turret pushed down by minions and the four-man team of the Knots. And now Flame taking some damage from the Chaos Assault provided over there by Rito on the Slunox, who will be able to win this glorious battle. You are looking at the Knots trying to close it out, but do they overextend? Do they overstay their welcome? Another Immortality goes down. Rito falls, but down goes the base Crystal. The Knots claim victorious and bring out the brooms to sweep the Vanguard in the second series.
Victory!
And what a game. Back and forth. Never really knowing which way it was going to go. But the Knots able to live to the tail. Unable to be untied. Able to tighten that knot a little bit stronger. Takes down the Vanguard 2-0. Baby Blaze. Look at that build. That full damage show roam. You gotta love to see it. You gotta love seeing everything on the board so far from both sides of the table. Definitely some great gameplay, but I gotta say a little bit of mistakes were made on the side of Vanguard. Just play a little bit or more passive. The Knots play a little bit more passive on certain situations, but overall it was still a very great game. You're looking at the data from both sides. About 27% hero damage from Foop. Highest damage on the board from the side of the Knots. And you are looking at Vanguard having a great game as well. Just explosive all over the table. Let me know what you guys thought about it, though. The second series of the day ended in yet another sweep. Not something I would have predicted, and maybe it's just the curse of the Season 3. We're moving back over. Hopefully that solo casting was good. Guys, I appreciate y'all tuning in. This is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 3. We made a lot of changes, a lot of upgrades, put in a lot of work on these overlays. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I just wanted to give you the credit y'all deserve to be able to showcase all the hard work that you guys put in each and every day as players and as coaches. And my goal is to help you guys prepare for the NACT spring season. So I appreciate, or actually fall season. I appreciate everybody tuning in. For those who don't know, we have an amazing tournament on the way. It's called the Cyberpunk. Registration is currently active, so make sure you guys join us on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server now and get your team registered. We're giving out $1,000 to the winning team, and also Moonton is providing 100,000 diamonds to some of the top teams competing. So if that's not enough to get you going, I don't know what is. But don't go anywhere, as we still have another game on the way. That's right, our final series is on the way between two amazing teams ready to go head-to-head. Who will be able to claim victorious, as we are going to see Team Revolution up against Stardust Labs Sakura. I'll be right back with you guys for the final series.
They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, who able to find Yato. Joybot's getting point back.
Imagine with electrifying beats, takes down best player, basic on the team.
But ISO now, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Mozane.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NACEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NACEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, as we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and there's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid. The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joybox, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
as fierce as fire.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Sphere, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the sphere, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the sphere is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summon the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the teamfight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a teamfight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality Pontoon, able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
Matching him with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on take that team. Joybot runs it in ISO. Fight Basic. Here we go.
Work, but ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I know what gets the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Mobazane.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm swelling in my fingers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Our final two teams are ready to go head-to-head in the final series of the day. We have Team Revolution up against Stardust Labs Sakura, a team coached by Coach Deku. So I can't wait to see how this goes between both these teams. Team Revolution, we've seen them compete. Stardust Labs is going to be my first time seeing them on the table. So let's see what they bring to the drawing field. And speaking of the table, speaking of the drawing field, we have an amazing caster to join me to paint that perfect picture. Ladies and gentlemen, Rim is in the building. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, a little better. I'm sorry I left you stranded for the previous series, but I think I'll recover it now. So I'm looking forward to see how this series is gonna go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well, as these teams are ready to go. A Rumble in the Jungle on the way. Let's jump into the draft. Straight to the draft. Here we are. On the blue side, we got the Revolution. On the red side, we got Stardust Labs and Sakura. Anything you know about these two teams?
Yes, I'm very acquainted with both of them. I would consider them to be very equally strong teams. And actually, I was kind of the one who set up this little clash here, because I was in VC with them and they said they wanted to scrim against each other. So I was like, okay, well, request the same series in MLSA when the schedule comes out. So I'm very excited to see how this is gonna go, and that's like the reason why I said, I'm looking forward to the third series. So this is like friendly competition between these two teams. So yeah, scrim mates, if you will.
Yeah, a battle between friends, right? It's kind of like if my Martis went against your Odette,
We all know my Odette will win, so.
Only
not
the
much of a
audience can
battle.
decide that.
Maybe
Martis
a play
counters Odette.
Not mine. Not mine.
Well, speaking of picks and speaking of heroes, the first pick on the board, or first ban on the board, is the Valentina from the Revolution, and it looks like they're trying to pick some heroes that they don't want Valentina to profit on. That's my guess, so I'm expecting something of a creative composition coming out, but still some things on the table to take out. I think typically what we see is the Novaria, almost 100% ban rate, but today people have been letting her slide through, maybe getting a little bit more comfortable going against it.
I mean, but not in this case, right? She did get banned out. And what I can say regarding that Valentina ban, yes, she is a very standard ban that we've been seeing. Is very targeted, because I remember I was telling you about Avery and Lux. So Avery is actually the mid laner today, and he's been that global Valentina, right? He still is on that Valentina leaderboard, so definitely is a target ban. Like I said, both these teams are very friendly. They know what each other is capable of, especially when they're on those comfort heroes. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we were to see something like a Farsa ban as well coming out for the side of the Revolution to target that mid lane a little bit more. But we are seeing some of that EXP laners being banned out. The Minzatar, very strong EXP. He offers a lot of utility towards a team. So definitely don't want to leave that open, and so much to go up against it. And a very, very few counters, right? Because you could pull multiple people. You can't really get out of that. Plus, he denies you some dashes and flickers. So, pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely a pretty solid pickup. Smart to ban it out. Franco's going to be banned out against it as well. Suppression, at least one of the suppressors taken off the table. Now, Blue, Paramus, both of them is still walked. The R-Lot is still available. I wonder if they're going to slot it. It's definitely a strong pickup. I think we've been seeing the Glue slotted pretty much almost every game. More than the Paramus, I want to say. A lot of teams have been kind of overlooking the Paramus lately, and I wonder if this is like an age of a new meta, if they're kind of like doing away with how useful the Paramus used to be. But now looking in the draft with those options on the table, I wonder what they're going to ban out. They only have one shot left. They have first pick. First picking Glue's not the worst decision, but you do have the Paramus to go against. I think you mentioned the Paramus. You would rather have the Glue in that situation if both were available and you had first pick. It looks like they're going to go ahead and go for the Kazi. So they're going to leave both of them on the table and leave it up to Stardust Labs to be able to decide.
Absolutely right. But by banning out this Franco, it really comes down to what Stardust is gonna ban, and I do like the position that Revolution put them in, because now their option is either take that Joy out or the R-Lot, and whichever one of them walks, they're gonna just be able to dominate, because there is no suppression to lock them down when they do decide to go in for those dives. So I think it's very smart drafting coming in from the side of Revolution, and I think it may be a little bit of a misread. They're coming in from Stardust Labs, and they're gonna go ahead and take out the R-Lot. That's gonna leave the Joy open. But I'm not sure if she's still a really high prio pick. I do think there's still some strong EXPs, but Revolution gonna pick her up for that EXP lane, and it's smart. Her counters are off of the board. They banned out the Mensathar. She don't have to worry about the dash denial. Both suppressions is off the board. Don't have to worry about being locked down in one place like that. Really good pickup for them. Stardust Labs, I think they locked in that Yu Zhang to go up against it in that EXP lane. I like it only because one of the only strong mages that's going to be open right now is that Farsa. Even the Eve high ground mages, stationary, already kind of denying the Revolution from picking up one of those picks with that Yu Zhang. I think he also does a decent job up against this Joy. I do think if played right, the Joy can give him a hard time up there in that EXP lane. But overall, so far, I think it's safe. He has the ability to survive that laning phase and still be beneficial for the team fights. And speaking of beneficial things here, Stardust Labs locking in the Fredrin for jungle.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and lock in that Fredrin for the jungle. The Fredrin alongside this Yu Zhang, two fighters showing some strong frontline capability early in the draft, but begging for the Revolution to pick a burst composition. And there you have it right there. That is exactly why they slotted in that Lilia. And now you're wondering, was that the wisest decision? You have the Lilia, who can use the black shoes to get away from Yu Zhang, top that off with Purify. He's gonna have a very great time. And Lilia is just begging for a frontline hero to rush into her. And then you top that off, you get a Joy as well. You don't have suppression on the table. I'm not really seeing answers from SLS to deal with the Revolution's draft so far.
Absolutely right. And I do actually really like that Lilia pick. It offers them a lot of safety when it comes to being a mage in general, especially when you're going up against a dive composition. Usually I'm obviously going to try to focus the backline. Even though Lilia doesn't have as much mobility, the ultimate that she does have is really a huge saving grace, and we're going to see the benefit of that as this match goes on, especially when we get into some of those clashes, right? Her early game poke and wave clear, regardless of whichever roamer is slotted alongside her in that mid roam composition that the side of Revolution does decide to go for. On her own, she's very independent in terms of her wave clear, so she's automatically one of the best mid laners and early game rotators there is in that game, especially when you go up in that mid lane. Now, keeping on that same token, Stardust Labs gonna lock in that Eve, and I like it. I feel like the Lilia versus Eve matchup in terms of itemization and how these two mages play, you go for that cooldown with the Enchanted Talisman. Both of them opt in for the Ice Queen Wand, get that additional utility. They can either go for that sustained denial with the necklace, or even get some more stack damage with that glowing wand, which would not only help the overtime damage dealt overall, but it keeps them in fights longer. It denies anyone who has that burn effect on them, it denies them the opportunity to retreat or recall because of, you know, the passive of the item. So I do think pretty even. Eve does have an easy time, but also the Lilia as well. I do know also, because of how Lilia works, when Eve does go down for that reroll manipulation, she can really position those glooms and burst her down and target her, and she'll either have no choice but to cancel the reroll manipulation or really wait until Lilia uses her utility at her disposal. So I do think even matchups across the board in terms of even EXP lane, I will say Joy can get the upper edge. I will say also fairly even mid lane matchup. In terms of jungle, very even as well. So you can really tell that these two teams know what they can and can't get away with, and right now they're matching that energy.
Yeah, definitely matching that energy with some pressure from both teams. I like the Lilia into the Eve, especially with that Purify. I feel like she has a couple of ways to escape that RWM manipulation. Then you have the Lancelot as well, who can kind of puncture and path through. And then you have the Joy on top of that. So I feel like with this kind of battle, it's looking like it's a little bit of an upscale battle for the Eve right now. And they need somebody, well, they do have two frontline heroes who can kind of rush in and deny them from getting to that backline mage, but at the same time, they don't have an answer to stop the Joy in her tracks. They don't have an answer to stop the Lilia in her tracks. So I feel like the Eve is definitely going to have to be a battle of placement and being careful on when you decide to use that manipulation, or the Revolution is definitely going to burst her down very fast. You are looking at the bans being finalized for SLS. One more ban for the side of TR. Cooper has been taken out. They're trying to limit the amount of roams available. They already have a heavy frontline composition. I mean, they can even pull out an Ube strat here, right? They can pull out a support. They can awful lot of healer, especially when you run that Fredrin. You already have the frontline sustainability. You have even more sustainability with Zong to top that off. So I definitely see some anti-heal being built up here, especially with that Zong. King of Light still being built up. Probably the Lilia slotting that in. A couple of dominance ices out there. But I wonder what SLS is going to lock in. I mean, you're looking at their composition. They have early game checked off, but I'm not seeing any late game damage yet.
You know, I was gonna suggest the carry because she really does good up against this Joy. She can burst her down, but they opted and then they went and they banned her instead. And I feel like they're hovering over the Harith right now, which is for the gold lane. Well, they're hovering over the picks, and I would honestly suggest something. I like what they're hovering over right now. The Moskov, the Leslie, very solid. I think the Leslie might be a little bit safer, right? Going up against some of the dive coming in. Once she gets to that late game, Assurance is gonna, you know, really start hitting when she does get those true damage passives off. And it recently got buffed, right? And you're already going up against, you know, the tank slot, the side of Revolution. They also still need their roamers, so I do think that would also give them a little bit more security. But I feel like they're really hovering over this Harith, and they're gonna go ahead and lock it in. And I'm not too sure how I feel about it. They are lacking some of that physical burst, and I feel like that has the potential to backfire against them. But again, Weezy, it works out, right? Having no suppressions on the board, having no dash denial because the Mincetar is also gone, plus the Kufa is gone, right? So it's dash galore in the Land of Dawn right now. So I do think that it has the ability to work. It's just gonna take a lot of precision to make it work in that gold lane.
Yeah, you know, I couldn't have said it any better myself. I mean, when you run the Harith has been a very top pick overseas when it comes to the gold lane. But they do have a lot of, you know, they already got their mage, they got the Harith down there, but they didn't know what marksman they're going against. It looks like it's going to be a Claude. Claude, another great pick to give that Eve a hard time, and nobody to stop Claude in his tracks. So I'm wondering, what is their plan? Like, how are you going to protect the Eve from being bursted down? Now, I understand Eve has a manipulation that can drop down, and then you also have Harith with the Zaman Force, can definitely rush in and possibly get some kills with that Cosmic Fission, but maybe that's the plan. Drop the Zaman Force inside of the manipulation, control that whole grid square, and just burst down the team when it comes to these neutral objectives. But I'm thinking, what happens outside of the neutral objectives? What happens when there's no more turtles on the map? There's no more lords on the map? How is this going to play into their favor? When I'm looking at TR, they have not only mobility, but they have answers to every phase of the draft that SLS has formulated up until now. The Yuzong, the Fredrin, the Lilia will burst them down. The Eve, Claude will burst down the Eve. Lilia has a Purify. Joy can get the Eve. Lancelot can get to the Eve. And to top that off, hug the wall with the Grok, and he can get there as well.
Absolutely right. And now that both trials have been completed, I think I'm gonna have to give it to the side. I don't know. I feel like it's very even across the board, right? I do think SLS definitely more team fight oriented. Revolution, they can go for team fights, and they also have that pick-off potential. But in terms of early game advantage, I'm gonna have to give it to the side of Revolution. I think you said it pretty well. You know, having answers, they have the early game assurance with that Lilia, and they also have that late game assurance with, you know, the Claude, not to mention Zed on this Joy as well, who does have a lot of mobility at her disposal to get to that back line. And then if you consider some of the initiators, Grok, I do think has an easier time when it comes to finding these sets than the Minotaur. So it really is gonna come down to who really lands that first blow and first engagement. And whoever is able to set up, you know, for a team fight or even a little bit of a 3v3 situation, a 2v3 situation, anything of that matter, it's going to come down to that first engage, and it's being shown here, Weezy.
And not only being shown, but shown successfully, as First Blood has been drawn. Miko is going to go ahead and fall. You are going to see Avery pick up that kill. That is the mage for the side of Stardust, already securing a kill on his side to give him a slight advantage.
Now, not only did he get a kill, they were also able to bait out that Purify. And once you can start getting some of these utilities wasted, it's definitely gonna go in the right direction for you. And looking at the gold lane matchup, we do know whenever you see something like the Claude or the Beatrix, even the carry in gold lane, we've been seeing the Harith as well as that Lunox kind of be picked up to go up against it, and they're lane bullies, right? Even though they're mages, they're dominant in the mid lane, and they're even more dominant in that gold lane because of how long it takes those gold laners to really find their damage spike when with the mages. They naturally have that damage spike in that early game, so definitely smart. We're already seeing, looking at the HP bars in that top side, Harith is having fun with that Claude, and in the bot lane, Yu Zhang not having quite that same success story, as he's the one on the back end already being forced to recall. Turtle is about to spawn in just a few seconds, and we're already seeing the side of Stardust Labs pull the aggro for it, getting that level 4 for the side of Revolution across the board as they go in for this contest here, Easy.
That's right, going in for the contest. You're looking at RR, Rico, and Rome. 3v3, drops him with the Furious Dive and the Petrify. A little bit of a delay, but Fizz is able to secure the turtle with the Retribution for the Revolution. Black Dragon comes out, hovering above. Miko is going to find Rome with Power of the Gloom. Zed uses the Vengeance, but caught the manipulation from Avery, who is going to secure the second kill for his team, and 2 kills overall, both going into his hands.
Man, and such a good answer, right? They did lose out on that neutral objective, but they were able to still, you know, find a trade where it matters, and that's what's important. As long as they can continue finding these trade-offs and keeping that momentum going, capitalizing on some of that aggression, and looking at some of the early item components that we're seeing built in, we're seeing a lot of Joy is actually going in for that Genius Wand. She's actually very, very close to getting that item built in. The Yu Zhang going for that early game penetration to kind of burst the squishy members of the side of Revolution down. So very standard. We're already seeing Miko locking in his first core item, the Enchanted Talisman, opting in to prio that over finishing the boots. And again, very smart call, especially on a mage like Lilia, where your poke is essential to what you offer for the team. And speaking of poke, a lot of poke damage being dealt here in this top side.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage already, and I think we really want to see how this Harith kind of falls in line with this composition. Hit it by the Blazing Duet, taken down about half HP. Scout dealing some massive damage over to Magic, but in the jungle, Phantom's Executioner goes out, hit with the Minoan Fury for the knockup. Invoker joins the fight. Down goes the RWM from Avery. Trap them in a box. Fizz finds Rome. Avery finds Invoker. 1 for 1 on the board. They're going to look at the Black Dragon hover down. Fizz is going to pick up the kill. Is going to go ahead and take down Rico on the Fredrin. The other kill has been caught as RR finds Fizz. And Scout takes down RR to respawn. 2 members falling to 1. 4 to 4. Both teams even in kills.
Man, again, great trades across the board. And we mentioned Zed on this Joy, being able to find Avery. Yes, he has a good KDA right now, but the mobility and coming in from the side of Team Revolution is kind of kiting around some of that utility that she can provide, and now she's going to be able to provide some additional utility as she did lock in that Ice Queen wand. We do see the other one, that glowing wand, being picked up for that Joy, so that's going to be some more burst damage coming in for the side of Team Revolution, and both teams looking to burst down this turtle here, we see.
That's right, looking to take this objective is definitely for the taking for either side as they are stacked up with their teammates. Rome is going to find Invoker, take him down. Manipulation has fallen as well. Rico claims the turtle for Stardust. Manipulation is now out of the play. Blazing Duet goes down as well. The Thomas Energy Eruption. Rico finds Zed. Able to take down 2 members of the Revolution and also find this turtle. Make that 3 as Rico finds a double and takes down Fizz.
Gotta give it to the side of Stardust Labs. They're really finding their synergy right now. And speaking of finding things, finding yet another kill in that mid lane, boosting their overall kills by 4 counters there. And honestly, best gameplays, right? We were a little bit worried about how the Yi was gonna find her positioning, but the team is doing such a good job. Avery's positioning on this Eve, using the utility at his disposal in order to, before he goes down with that real world manipulation, it's showing how powerful it is, right? They were also able to open up that tower in the top side with that Harith. The lane swap did happen, but unfortunately Claude gonna fall down in this bot side, and that's just gonna set Stardust Labs up even more to take potentially another tower and open up this map a little more easy.
Yeah, it looks like they are opening up the map. It is definitely in their favor right now. They have the control. They are leading the pace in this battle of power for the early game. You are looking at currently Scout taking his first death. The Harith, we were wondering how it would kind of play into this. Hasn't fallen yet, but has claimed 4 assists. Definitely a great start. But I wonder how it's going to go when they come into the 5v5 skirmishes, when there aren't any turrets on the board, when it goes to the late game. But the question is, can the Revolution hold out to the late game? You're already seeing it, a 9-4 deficit, and they're still putting on some pressure on the Scout as down goes the Blazing Duet, trying to take down RR, using the Black Dragon. Scout trying to get away, but caught by the Minoan Fury. Minotaur, Rome able to take him down. The knockup onto Fizz, the Furious Dive with the Soul Grip enhanced. Avery with the manipulation with the Mega Kill finds Fizz. You're looking at 2 members falling for Team Revolution to none on the side of Stardust Labs as the Turtle is spawned in and Rico already pulling the aggro.
And they can't afford to do that and keep up this momentum, right? They have the number advantage and they're still going in here, Weezy.
Still going in, trying to get 2 kills. Down goes Miko, and down goes the other as Invoker was caught as well. An unfortunate set of circumstances for Team Revolution as they also lost their turret for the bottom lane. Right now, you're seeing a little bit of a snowball forming for the side of Stardust Labs, and nothing to pump the brakes on it from Team Revolution.
Absolutely right, but
yeah, shut down right there. Rushing in, already able to find Avery, now able to find Rico. Maybe he spoke a little too early. Maybe the brakes are there. It just had a little bit of a delayed start as 2 members fall for Stardust Labs.
absolutely right, and that's a little bit of overstaying. You know, they're welcome, should have retreated. They do have that goal lead in their favor right now. Definitely have to keep playing into their win conditions right now. I see both EXP laners doing that poke damage down in the bot side. A 1v1 situation here, Weezy, and unfortunately, Avid just has too much magic damage, pun intended right there, to go up against this Cloud, right? He is going to lose out in that early game in terms of that burst potential. Harith already securing 2 of his core items. He's going in for that Holy Crystal, for that percentage magic strike. And his damage output right now is still very high. So once he gets that, I'm gonna fear for the members of Revolution, as we're not seeing that much magic defense being built in from the members yet. And that's really weird considering you have a Yve as well as that Harith. So even building some of the components from one of the magic items could go a very long way, but they're looking to get their core items being built in first. And I think once they complete that, it's gonna start standing a chance. Right now, this is where Stardust Labs has to shine. Like I mentioned, having your magic dealer in that gold lane, you have the power spike faster than the Cloud, but we're seeing him, he's farming right now. And once he completes some of his core items, the real world manipulation, the Blazing Duet is gonna start hurting.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to watch out for it. He has some mobility. We were wondering how they were gonna get back to Avery. Avery, who we said had an upscale battle on the Eve. It's not looking like that. It's looking like Team Revolution's having the upscale battles. Avery is 4-1-8, the most kills on the team. For the side of Stardust Labs, definitely having an excellent game. Battle in the Lord Pit on the way. Lord hasn't even been scratched, but Zed looking like a scratch-off lottery ticket has been bursted down. Scout is going to claim yet another turret. Manipulation drops down. You're looking at Stardust Labs on the chase, on the aggression, providing a lot of pressure in the jungle for Team Revolution, and they have not found a way to push them out. You are looking at the boy Crystal for a little bit of slow roam, caught with it, and now hit by the side of Team Revolution, but barely taking any damage.
Man, we saw Claude trying to go in there to deal a little bit of damage, but one hit from the Harith and it took him pretty low. So I think what this side of Revolution has to do right now, they have to focus on getting a little bit more poke in before they truly commit to some of these team fights. And speaking of team fights, another one breaking out.
That's right, another one on the way. Lord at about 50% HP, 30%. The knockup, the Blazing Duet from Scout, unable to get a kill, but dealing some serious damage to Stardust Labs. Magic, with the Magic Retribution, is going to claim the Lord for the side of Stardust Labs. You are going to see RR fall to Fizz, picks up a double, finds Rome. Magic shutting down Fizz for the mega kill. For the response, Miko 2v1. Magic finds Scout. Look at Miko though, trying to get out alive, but Magic with a triple. on the Harris. We were wondering how this was going to work into the composition, and I think it's working out just fine. 6-0-5, leading the way for Stardust Labs.
Now, I mean, being able to secure not only the Lord, but also a triple kill is just like, why are you beating someone when they're already down, right? We're seeing Zed on this Joy having to pop that Vengeance and still not being able to really mitigate all of that burst damage coming in from the Harrod, right? I mentioned the damage output once he secures that Holy Crystal, and right now he's going in for that Blood Wings, just secured it. But I don't want to count Revolution out just yet. Claude, he did secure his 3 core items. He's building in some magic defense. So I think once the side of Revolution gets that additional sustainability that they need, that's what's going to be that upper edge for them. But Stardust Labs going in.
Magic taking down Fizz. RR claiming the turret on the bottom side, leaving them only with their inhibitors for Team Revolution. RWN drops the chase on Amico using the Gloom. Hit with the Retribution. Is going to go back. Going to go ahead and heal up. Look at the bottom side, though. The push for the inhibitor, trying to open up the base for Team Revolution. Stardust Labs being very aggressive right now, trying to get an early finish. Able to claim the inhibitor from the bottom side with the assistance of the minions. Avery able to claim the mid inhibitor as well. Magic still alive, but Zed on the chase. Electrifying beats for the kill. Furious dive with the Dragon Tail. Soul Grip goes out onto Scout using the BMI, trying to get away. Goes back, gets a little bit of that regen. Avery, Rico, Rome, and RR forced out of the base. Void Crystal goes down. Miko, Invoker, Fizz, and Scout on the chase. They're trying to take down Zed. Uses the Vengeance. Can't get away. Avery is going to catch him in his tracks, but now Gnome Fury on the way. Possible knockup. You are seeing a little bit slow. Fizz is going to drop it. Is going to catch RR. They're hunting down the members of Stardust Labs on that aggressive play, overstaying their welcome. BMI goes out. Last minute from Cloud to escape. RWN drops a little too prematurely. Not able to catch Miko, but able to allow Rome to escape the power of Blooms.
Man, and again, this is why I said these two mages, they have such even utility, right? Both of them being able to dish out so much slows to not only initiate, but also help their team be able to disengage from some of these team fights so that it doesn't end too deadly for either side. And this is why I like when teams can find these even openings here. And speaking of even openings, I do like how that team fight went. Scout is having a harder time this time around, and that's just due to some of the aggression coming in from Stardust Labs right now, especially with Magic on this Harrod. The poke damage that they have, not only with that Yves, but also him just zooming and zamming around the map and dealing these poke damage. And again, the power of that Ice Queen wand slotted in from Avery when that Void Crystal goes down, unmatched. And speaking of things going down, I feel like another team fight is going down here.
That's right. The battle in the Lord Pit, 13 minutes in. Rico pulling the aggro, initiating this fight, forcing Team Revolution's hand. Does Team Revolution get in? Are they able to find a way for the Retribution to take subjective? Or they're going to allow Stardust Labs to take it? Petrify goes down, the taunt. The Vengeance being activated from Zed. Invoker takes down Avery. Rome finds Zed. Black Dragon hovering around, dropping down onto Miko. Turrets falling in the process. RR finds Miko. That is Yuzong securing a kill onto the mage for Stardust Labs. Invoker forced out of the skirmish, forced out of the Lord Pit. Fizz still in the back line, full HP. Possibly going to plan to get a backdoor Retribution, but spotted out by Rome. Forced to use a Phantom Execution, hit with the Dragon Tail, hit with the Furious Dive. Thorn Rose for the invulnerability, but now Rico goes as well. Everybody trying to stop him, unable to catch the pathing from Fizz, but giving him the advantage to possibly take this Lord.
Absolutely right, and we're seeing the positioning, we're seeing the zoning coming in, and man, Team Revolution not looking to give this up for free, Weezy.
That's right, looking Invoker, solid placement, gonna wind up with Power of Nature, possibly go in for a steal. He is wrapping around, he is hugging that wall. Magic going up against Zed. RR in the building. Rico finds the Retribution, claims the Lord for Stardust Labs. RWN drops from Avery, but Scout goes in for the backline. Magic takes down Zed. Phantom Executioner drops down. Avery finds Fizz at the end of his ultimate. Magic finds Invoker for the double kill inside of the Cosmic Fission. But now Miko in a 3v1 situation. Avery picks up a double, finds Miko, leaving Scout all by himself in the base with no inhibitors on his side, and a 5-man team of Stardust Labs with minions pushing in the top and the mid lane to close this out. And that is going to be game 1 going to Stardust Labs over Team Revolution.
Man, beautiful game played across the board on both sides. Stardust Labs, they're really, really on fire, man. The whole composition really countered what Revolution was potentially trying to throw at them, right? And I think that's all because that gold lane matchup, once you're able to shut down your gold laner that early on, that really, really signals your team and lets you know, okay, well, we have the early game, but they don't have a late game anymore, so this is our time. And being able to close out the game in 15 minutes, definitely making the most out of their composition so far.
Yeah, definitely making the most out of their composition. And my bad, Rim, I didn't want to cut you up. You see that 100% turret damage from Scout, though.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what he could have done, right? We saw him try to engage in some of these team fights, but the zoning coming in from Stardust Labs was just way too much for him to even get an opportunity to get a good blazing duet off.
Man, just a crazy game, but definitely well calculated. A little bit of a power struggle and almost more of that one-sided story. We got to see a possible answer from the side of Team Revolution, as Stardust Labs was able to kind of just push in and claim everything right there. So 1-2-0 on the board. This is a best of 3. What do you think they have to do to kind of even out the odds?
I think definitely put a little bit more focus in that gold lane, especially if it's a losing matchup. You really want to help, whether it's an outnumber. Sometimes it's okay to babysit as long as you can help your marksman get the upper edge. Even if you can help them get that first kill or get the enemy gold laner lows to force that recall from them. I think that's essentially what it comes down to, and they lost out in that gold lane. And like I said, when the minute that they lost in that gold lane, they lost their late game assurance, because from that moment on, he wasn't able to find an opening throughout the game. And we saw Stardust Labs just continuously take advantage of that, right? The Harith, he got quite fed, and there really was no answers for him. Even in terms of the itemizations, we saw some of those magic defense items being picked up relatively late, and at that point, it didn't really offer as much because they were so underfed in terms of levels, in terms of economy, as well as overall itemizations. And looking at what Stardust Labs had going for them, they had everything. They had the damage, they had the openings, they had the sets, and yeah, they just had more synergy. And I think that's what Revolution needs. I feel like to have a successful Revolution, you have to have some synergy to make that possible, right? If you want to change something up, you have to be on the same page.
Yeah, definitely got to be on the same page, and I agree with you there. I feel like if they can find a way to disrupt the synergy, we just seen a well-calculated composition, honestly. I was very, we thought the Eve was going to have an upscale battle. We thought, the placement wasn't going to be there, especially with all those heroes against her, the Claude, the Lancelot, but the Eve did the best job out of majority of everybody on the team, and that's not the easiest thing to pull off, so definitely got to give credit where it's due. But speaking of giving credit where it's due, giving both these teams credit for competing in the final series of the day, as they are ready to jump back into the draft. This is going to be game 2 of the final series. Here we go into the draft. We're looking at Stardust Labs now on the blue side, and the Revolution on the red. The Revolution falling short. SLS able to claim victorious for game 1.
Absolutely, man. And I do think they have the ability to, give a little bit of a fight back this time around. I do think in terms of even that EXP laner, right? The Joy. Yes, she was slotted in, but there were times where there were some miscalculations happening, going in without that ultimate at her disposal. Definitely want to play a little bit more patient, wait for your cooldowns to actually be up again for you to engage. And speaking of cooldowns, the Novaria, she was allowed, I think, once today, but these teams are saying no more, putting her back up in the ban list. And again, we're seeing the suppression being banned out with the Franco for the side of Stardust Labs, so it might potentially be setting up to see a repeat of one of those backline harassers being walked through this draft here we see.
Yeah, it's definitely a possible game plan. When you're looking at the Valentina, you're looking at the Franco off the table. We haven't really been seeing too much pressure on the glue lately, so maybe that's something not to really anticipate anymore, but Arlott is still a viable pick. I do expect that not to walk throughout this draft. Possibly the Revolution taking that out, as there it goes, manifesting it into reality. Novaria has been banned out from the side of SLS. Novaria, one of those heroes, like you said, could be a threat. Had a 100% ban rate until today. And now everybody decides, hey, let's let it walk through the draft, and I can't knock him for that. One of the things that we gotta give credit to these teams about is we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we like teams to be able to excel and find ways through the struggle. Find a way to prevail when the odds are not in your favor, and also find a way to increase your hero pool, your drafting experience, and ways to deal with heroes that you don't necessarily have to ban, but you can work around with specific compositions.
Absolutely right. And I'm hoping that, you know, we saw Novaria being, you know, unbound. She was let through from the 100%. I'm hoping to see some Odette representation. You know, you've been enjoying seeing these martyrs being pulled out almost every game. I just want to see one Odette, you know, just one. So maybe next patch. They are giving her some CC immunity in that ultimate, some slight CC immunity, so maybe that might change up things. But in this draft, some things haven't changed from last game. You know, the Arlot still being banned out on both sides, and also the Valentina being banned again. We do know, you know, the pressure for her, but there's still some things to be taken off of the board, right? We saw how well Avery performed on the Eve last game. Maybe that could be, you know, a bit of a target ban, but right now, both sides leaving this Kaja open. So maybe we might see a suppression in action as well.
Yeah, suppression may be a possible game plan. As the clock is ticking down, the anticipation is building. Looks like they are going to go in for the glue. Finally, some respect on it. Now, Theramis is still available. I wonder if that's going to be an option to be slotted in. Arlot is still a valid pick. All artillery mages are still on the table. So there's definitely a great choice of cards to choose from for SLS first on the draft. But they got to keep in mind, after that, TR is going to have two options to go with. So from what I'm seeing so far, one ban left. Take out the... I don't know. I don't see them picking up the Theramis. Maybe. They could pick up the Theramis just because the Valentina's already off the board and the Glue's off the board. They could take the Theramis and it could create a 3D solid draft for SLS, but I'm not sure if that's their game plan on where they want to go with it. Maybe the Lancelot. I mean, we've seen them pick up the Lancelot nice and early, too.
For
Maybe
sure.
Odette.
Yeah, we both know that's not happening. Not this time around, as much as I would like it. But they went ahead and banned out the Fredrin. Now again, that left the Kaja open. Even the Joy is open again. So I feel like the side of SLS should potentially, I would say, secure that suppression, right? When they do that, they can either have two options from them. They can get a tanky EXP laner or even a tanky jungler to give them a little bit more of that chunkiness that the composition would be lacking, because we don't know Kaja kind of struggles when it comes to face checking and stuff of that nature, right? So it's either that, because I really don't see them picking up the Joy right now, especially with the Kaja being open. I think you're shooting yourself in the leg, essentially. You're taking break a leg literally if you do that. So I do think that they should look for a little bit more security. And I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, Weezy. They're gonna go ahead and prio the Eve.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I can't doubt it anymore. I mean, I would typically be pulling my dreads out, picking an Eve first in the draft, considering there's absolutely everything available to counter it. But they're gonna go in for the carry. Now, this is just very interesting to me because the carry is situational. I wouldn't pull out the carry for any composition. The Kaja, now that's more expected. That's something that I would typically expect to see. Be able to rush in with that single target CC, slot a Grok or something to make up for the additional group CC in the XP lane, and you're good to go. The carry, though, makes me feel like they're expecting them to go for possibly a tanks a lot or a tankier composition down the line. But if I was SLS, hey, we don't need to go tanky. They got the carry. Let's go something to punish it. But they got to be careful because with that Kaja being slotted in, it's going to deny the assassins, right? You can't run a Fanny. You can't run a Lancelot. Or you can't run a Lancelot. You can't run a Fanny. You can't run like a Hayabusa or a Ling, especially with that Kaja being on the table. So you're definitely going to have to watch out for that.
For sure, and I think the reason why they locked in this carry is because Eve needs that frontline presence to really pop off. She had a lot last game, and I think that's the reason why she was allowed to do well. And I think they're already playing into Revolution's cards right now. Locking in the Martyrs, obviously going to be tank build, and then Minotaur, either he's going to go for core damage, which I doubt. Usually we see some hybrid and itemizations being built in on him. But I do like that. And Revolution right now is setting themselves up for that pick-off composition. Carry and Kaja, that combo works quite well together. All it takes is that speedy light wheels as well as that divine judgment, and a target is dead. Whether it's they can afford to snatch a tank, they can snatch the backline, they can snatch the mage, it really doesn't matter. They're gonna have the same fate regardless, and that's gonna be on cooldown dead timers across the board. So I do think they're setting themselves up for a good pick-off composition right now. They're looking, I would suggest them to, I would have, you know, preferred them to go for the mage, but you said it, the Grok, to give a little bit more of that frontline presence.
Yeah, that frontline presence is exactly what they need, but you mentioned that Minsathar, Spear of Glory is the story, right? I mean, we've seen Minsathar go through the patches, and it's going to be a problem if left unchecked. It's going to deny them having the dash composition heroes, and also going to have that King's Calling to drop down for a little bit of zonage control. Already having to deal with that Eve with the manipulation, who was such a problem in the last match, and then topping it off with the Martis or that Border Coils for the anti-CC and the Decimation, kind of clean up those kills. Can be a possible game problem for the side of TR. I mean, I'm looking at their carry. I'm still not seeing. Well, I guess carry can burst down. Can burst down the Minsathar and burst down the Martis, but that requires carry to get a little close. Carry is one of those marksmen that doesn't have that much range. So when you're trying to play tit for tat with a Martis and a Minsathar that close in their perimeter, it may not work out in your favor. But we'll see how this plays out inside of TR, as they are going to go ahead and start their ban phase for the second half, taking out the Quad.
I mean, I agree with you, but I also disagree with you in one regard, right? Yes, carry requires that close range, but who says she's going to be the initiator to do that, right? She has the Divine Judgment with the Kaja. She also had the ultimate coming in from the Grok there with the Wild Charge, right? And also, you're going up against this Martis as well as the Minsathar. They have to be relatively close range as well. And I do know on carry, she has a lot of poke potential to be, you know, to dish out some of that even damage before she truly decides to commit full time. So I do think that she has that going up again at her disposal as well, going up against the Minsathar and the Martis. So I do think she has a steady time, and I do like that they banned out that Claude. He can give her a hard time, especially once he gets scaled up. And not gonna lie, the Claude with the combo, with the real manipulation, as well as our Minsathar, I don't want to deal with the Blazing Duet on top of all of that. Give me something like the Beatrix in gold lane, or something that I can actually stand a good chance up against. So I do think this side of SLS, they do have some options as well. I'm looking at junglers for Revolution. They're hovering over this Karina. Is it bad? No, but I feel like they can. Oh, the Fredrin is banned out, huh? I mean, it's not a bad matchup, you know, but I do think going up against a lot of skill-based heroes, I currently don't see the point of going to Karina here.
Yeah, it's definitely maybe a little bit of a struggle. I mean, we're looking at the carry, like you mentioned, the Kaja, the Divine Judgment, to be able to go in and possibly grab this Eve, maybe a possible angle that they can attack at. The carry definitely having to play a little bit safer, but the carry is going to be a problem on the Minsathar. It's going to be a problem on the Martis, as long as she stays and fights from far. But now looking at SLS, we're kind of mentioning it, where are they going to slot against it? They took out the Clyde. They wanted to ban some of the late game damage potential, because if you're looking at SLS, they have a heavy early game composition, and they're now going to balance that out by showing us their mid to late game presence with the Melissa, and now showing their trump card with a possible slot in on the Lolita, which has been picked up. And that's a great option, especially when you're going up against a carry, lockout, speedy light wheels, and full arc shield.
Absolutely. I think overall team fight composition coming in from SLS, very strong. I love the rear wheel manipulation, aluminum blast combo. And then you have Melissa for the additional poke damage. On top of that, I think they have a very, very strong team fight composition. And Revolution, they have to go for more of those pickoffs than disengage, because currently looking at their draft, once they're caught, it's going to be very hard for them to escape.
Yeah, definitely hard for them to escape. Speaking of escaping, already on to the second match of the final series of the day. SLS up against TR. SLS was able to claim victorious for the first game, currently sitting at match point and trying to go in for the kill. But can they secure it? Can they bring out the brooms and sweep Team Revolution or will Team Revolution find a way to even out the scoreboard?
Absolutely right. And I do think they do have it in their disposal. I see a lot, and I have a lot of faith in that Kaja carry combo. And I feel like that's the main purpose why they prioed the Kaja, because they know how well that's going to be able to work out for them overall. And then again, locking in this Xavier, I think that adds on. I like to compare him to what the Mincetar does in a sense. And with the King's Calling, it denies you that movement. But with the Mystic Fields, Xavier can do that consistently throughout the match. And it's not just with an ultimate. He can do that every few seconds. So I do think they match up that those grounds there. Speaking of matching up grounds here, Lolita in a very dangerous position.
That's right, Rome very low, hit with the Ring of Order. Invoker drawing first blood is gonna shut down Rome. And now Rico needing to get out alive, but Fizz for the denial is gonna take him down as well. 2 kills, nice and early, 1 minute in for the side of Revolution.
Now Mincetar, I commend your effort trying to get that kill. It did go into the hands of Avery, but you did waste a little flicker there. What is it? E for effort, Weezy? A for effort? Even though it didn't quite connect there. But again, you really cannot be falling.
I think it's A for Avery.
A for effort. Oh, A for A. Yeah, that works. A for Avery. He's definitely the star. I see why they call it Stardust Labs. They should change it to Star Avery Labs, right?
Yeah, it definitely has a ring to it.
I definitely think that they should be a little bit more patient on the side of Stardust Labs. You have the upper advantage coming in from your win in the last series. Don't get too excited. You can't be wasting your utilities to try to secure a kill. If you can't get the kill, it's okay. Reset, go back to farming, play the patient game. And speaking of farming, first neutral objective on the board.
That's right, Turtle is in play. Rico gonna go ahead and catch a case. Grab this Turtle, no contest. Avery takes down Miko. You are looking at Magic up against Super. And now Invoker joins the party with the Divine Judgment. Ring of Order knocking him back. Uses the go away, tries to protect himself, but hit by Invoker for the last damage. And he is gonna take him down. Dawning Light can't save him. Rico finds Zed in the process, and the Turtle goes to Stardust Labs.
Man, and Stardust is playing a very, very good game this time around, but I do like that Revolution up in that gold lane, practicing that tower, getting as much capitalization as they could off of it. I like the rotations that's coming in right now from them. And speaking of rotations, I do know it's going to be a little bit lacking in terms of that mid lane matchup. That Xavier, he's usually a stationary type of mage, right? He has the Dawning Lights at his disposal, but he has to get that farm. Meanwhile, Avery on this Eve, she's gonna have more comfort when it comes to these rotations, so you're gonna see her a lot more. I think where Miko is gonna start shining is when we get to that mid game, potentially after they pick up that enchanted talisman for their first item potentially here, so that they can spam and really get some more of those pokes and the mobilizations going down. And speaking of pokes going down, we do see the King's Calling, but it's going to be wasted as Crack is going to be able to escape from that. So that's going to be some utility wasted for the side of Stardust. But in the top side, we're seeing some damages being exchanged here.
That's funny. You see how much damage Lolita just did? Almost chipped over 75% of Invoker's health. Rico is going to take him down, though. Caught out of position. And 4 members from the side of Stardust Labs to secure that kill.
Now the damage, it's all because of that concussive blast emblem, right? We're seeing Xavier there getting a little bit snatched, but there goes the real manipulation. He's gonna be able to escape, so he's not gonna fall just yet.
And you've seen the Dawning Light rain from afar, giving a sneak peek of what Xavier has in store as we slowly make our way through the first phase of this game.
Absolutely right. Second neutral objective being spawned in. You've got that Ice Queen wand, and now damage being put on.
Lumion Blast winding up. Invoker gonna flicker out just in time. Able to recall back to the base. Not the same story for Super Kip as he has been taken down. You are looking at Magic still in play alongside Avery. Rome providing that frontline presence, but Fizz is gonna go ahead and grab the aggro of this Turtle. Rico at about 25% HP. Not sure if this is the fight he wants to take. Not going to go for it. Going to go back in for his purple buff and allow Team Revolution to secure the Turtle.
And honestly, at this point, this is what Revolution needs to be able to keep this game pretty even across the board. And I was questioning the Karina pick before, but now that they've locked in their gold laner for the side of Stardust, I think it's going to be very beneficial, especially up against this Melissa. We do know that she has that immunity when she does have that first skill pop to deflect some of those basic attacks that's going to be coming in. And she's running that Inspire, and I can tell if Karina is able to time it just right, that's potentially gonna backfire for Magic there.
Yeah, potentially definitely gonna backfire if they're not careful. And speaking of backfiring, a little bit of an invasion into the jungle for the side of Revolution. Is not afraid to try and force him out, but Rome caught with the suppression from the Divine Judgment. Numion Blast for the response. Magic jumps in to join the party, picks up a kill. Rome takes down Invoker. Super Kept falls into the hands of Magic on the Melissa as well, creating the opportunity to possibly push in the turret on the top side. Miko, still intact though, is going to go ahead and use the Mystic Field. Dawning Light to rain down, but not enough damage to clear out the minions, and down goes the turret. Magic securing it for Stardust Labs.
Really good trade there coming in for the side of Stardust Labs, being able to open up that gold lane. Now, after the swap is complete, we're going to see Melissa being able to roam around and be more present in some of these upcoming team fights that we're going to see later on. She does have her first core item. Both gold laners do as well. I'm looking at the mid lane matchups. Both of them also are evenly matched up. Eve with that utility, Xavier with that cooldown, which can also make him have some more utility with those Mystic Fields and those immobilizers that he has across the board. Now, what Revolution has to do right now, we saw that Divine Judgment and Speedy Light Wheels combo on Rome there on this Lolita, but they weren't able to burst them down. So what they have to do, target prioritization, right? They were able to get him pretty low, but you can get some kills on your board instead of getting someone low. And Stardust Labs losing a member as Mentor fell in that mid lane.
And Rico securing the turtle for Stardust Labs. Numion Blast falling short, not able to catch Fizz, but the Mortar Coils will do the CC just as well. Rico with the decimation finds Zed, activating killing spree. Now rushing in, Magic very low, Super Cat flickering in, Invoker taking down Magic. Rico order goes out, Mortar Coils alongside the decimation. Super Cat falls into the hands of Rico. 2 kills on the side for the double kill. Now rushing into the purple buff for the side of Revolution. Not afraid to take the fight to enemy waters. Is gonna go ahead and claim this purple buff. The immobilization on the roam, but the frontline presence to allow Rico on the invade for the objectives.
And speaking of objectives, Revolution having a really hard time finding some of these, right? They were able to get one of these turtles, but in terms of opening up the map right now, they haven't been able to break open any of the towers, and that's what they need to potentially go for. Proxy these lanes and start applying a little bit more pressure. I mentioned that they have a pick-off composition. Stardust Labs definitely team fight oriented, and we're seeing Revolution lose out on these team fights, and that's exactly why you don't have a team fight composition. You have a pick-off composition, and once you're able to find a member, speaking of finding a member,
Rome definitely has been spotted out, soaking all that damage out, hitting a 180 with the Numion Blast, manipulation dropping down from Avery behind him. Mobilization goes down, Rico with the decimation finds Fizz. What is going on? Definitely a reverse Uno card that Stardust Labs pulled out on Team Revolution right there, able to secure a kill on their jungler.
And again, I mentioned target prioritization. You cannot keep going for Rome on this Lolita, right? You have the flicker at your disposal. I feel like you can flicker and get to that backline and actually pull one of the squishier heroes for your team to burst them down. Yes, getting the Lolita off of the board is going to deny some of that set potential coming in, but if you think about it this way, she can set, but if she doesn't have any damage dealers to follow up, then what good is that Luminant Blast going to be? And speaking of being blasted here, the damage coming in from Magic on this Melissa starting to scale up as those items come in. And speaking of things coming in, Stardust Labs focusing their attention to this Lord, and it's going to go uncontested. And as we look at some of these items being picked up here, Melissa already has 2 of her core items, looking towards building up that 3rd one. Eve looking for, I think, either that glowing wand or that genius wand. one of them to boost that overall magic damage coming in. The Minotaur as well, opting in to go for that Trinity build, and then you have their 2 sustain, which is that tank jungler, and then their Roamer. And they're doing such a good position. They did find a pick off their 14 Revolution, and again, another clash happening here.
Flash for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Rico finds Invoker with the monster kill. Avery finds Miko. 2 members down inside of Revolution. Fight out over. Void Crystal drops. Down goes the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. You are going to see Rico pick that up with no problem.
Absolutely right. And then Stardust Labs again addressing their attention towards the lanes and these objectives. They're looking to close out this game. They're doing a good job at keeping pressure on multiple lanes. They decided to let the top lane go, but at this point they can afford to definitely give Team Revolution a little bit of hope right now, because they are very well off economically, right? In Revolution's win condition right now, again, they have to look for a pick off, and it's not going to be in the hands of the Lolita, right? I feel like using your Divine Judgment on Rome, I feel like, okay, first time, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, but there goes the pull.
Fool me 3 times. Magic picks up a kill, takes down Miko. Manipulation drops down. Invoker finds RR. Magic takes down Invoker to respond. Avery finds Fizz. And Zed takes down Magic, but Rome's gonna take down Zed to respond. 4 members down. Super kept all by himself. Rico, Avery, and Rome from Stardust Labs gonna go ahead and try and push into the base. Bottom side, battle of the inhibitor. Rico forced out. Super Kepi's starting to pick up on damage with his carry.
Absolutely right. And Revolution, they can't afford to play the slow game. They have the Carrion, they also have the Xavier as well. And we do know both these heroes scale pretty well when it comes to getting to that late game mark. And we're entering that mid game, and we're gonna potentially get to that late game quite soon as well. And I have to give credits to RR on this Minotaur. That was such a good set, and then the follow-up from the rest of the team. And again, that's the type of communication I wish to see from the side of Revolution right now, because they have the potential to make a comeback in this game, and they're just not quite able to find that target. And again, it's going to come down to Invoker on this Kaja, right? Finding some good Divine Judgments. Even if Stardust Lab initiates, if you can cancel out the Luminum Blast, I feel like that's when you want to use that Divine Judgment on the Lolita. You don't want to engage on her and then pull her to your team, have her survive because of her sustainability, and then respond with the Luminum Blast, and then you just have nothing to defend up against it with. So I feel like they really need to think about these skills and how they get these combos layered in, because that's where Stardust Labs is having them beat. And speaking of things being beat, this Lord being beaten down for the side of Stardust.
Beaten down to the ground. Stardust Labs trying to secure this objective, trying to close this out, possibly getting a sweep over Team Revolution. The concealed play has been called by Invoker. All in for nothing, as Rico is going to claim the Lord for Stardust Labs, and now going to pick up some kills, takes down Fizz with the decimation. RR finds Invoker inside of the RWM. Flicker out from Super Kept, trying to get away, protect the backline. Zed winding up the power of nature. Rome chasing down Kep, but unable to close the distance. Zed now being turned on from the side of Stardust Labs. Rico with a legendary kill is going to take him down from behind. Super Kep and Miko still alive. 5-man team with Stardust Labs, slowly making their way into the base with a Luminous Lord pushing on the bottom side.
Absolutely right. They have the number advantage right now. Minions already in that base, and they're looking to open up the base of Team Revolution right now, looking towards ending this game. We're seeing Carry put on some damage. They're kind of forcing them on the retreat. Down goes the reward manipulation.
And there goes the Lord crashing into the inhibitor. Is going to open up the base. Numion Blast winding up. Drops down. Rico finds Fizz. Numion not going to stun anybody on the side of Team Revolution, but they did lose their jungler. Karina has fallen. Base Crystal at about 45% HP. Luminous Lord has been bursted down. Down goes the inhibitor on the top side. The base is completely vulnerable for the side of Team Revolution, and 5 members staring down for a possible victory. Revolution trying to fend them off, trying to force them out the base, and it looks like they're going to pull their punches.
And that's a smart choice, right? Lolita, she was pretty low, so I do like the discipline being portrayed there for the side of Stardust Labs. They got what they came for. They were able to successfully open up the base. And potentially, I feel like they can, at this point, starve out Revolution, right? freeze these lanes, starve their economy a little bit more, and just wait and play that patient game for this Lord here. It is going to be an enhanced Lord, and we're heading into that 15-minute mark, so it is going to be a bit stronger than the one that we've seen before. And if they were able to open up the base with the first Luminous Lord, I feel like Stardust Labs definitely has what it takes to be able to close out this game. And speaking of that, it can still play.
With the Divine Judgment, Super kept very low, taking a lot of burn damage. Needs to go back for the regen. It's going to take him out of the fight for a little bit. Numion Blast winding down for the double stun. Legendary kill. Miko falls to Rico with the decimation alongside Invoker for the double kill. Look at the boy Crystal going down. Fizz forced back into the base for some regen alongside Super Kip. Rome providing that frontline pressure. Minions now crashing in from not only the mid but also the bottom side. A possible closeout on the way. Can they get the sweep? Can they shut it down? Super Kip grabbed in for the stun and burst it down. Avery is unstoppable. Avery Labs alive. Stardust claims victorious with the sweep against Team Revolution.
Man, beautiful game being played from the side of Stardust Labs there. Definitely, like I mentioned, having that team fight composition really showed Avery securing MVP yet again this game, almost completing those full itemizations. And across the board, we're seeing really good responses here. We're seeing Melissa with that magic defense. She has her core items and she built in some of that sustainability for the high magic presence that's going to be portrayed for the side of Revolution. And as we look at some of the statistics that happened throughout this game, very, very high team fight participation coming in for the side Stardust Labs. Avery with that 96%. And Rome following closely behind. And it just goes to show their overall synergy. So really, really good decision making for the side of Stardust Labs, and 2 games well played.
2 games well played, and another sweep in the books for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, it's definitely showing the level of competition right before the Cyberpunk tournament. Hopefully, we get to see these teams register and compete, because they definitely got some firepower behind them. All the teams that we've seen compete today. Rim, I appreciate you tuning in on this day to close out the week. Our final day, Tuesdays and Thursdays, that we run these events. But guys, that's not it. We also have content that come out Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. So definitely get ready, as we have something amazing to show you tomorrow. So definitely tune into the YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody that liked the stream and everybody that dropped a subscribe as well. And Rim, any last minute words for our fellow scholars?
I just want to say thank you guys so much for tuning in. We really do this for the community, and your support definitely means a lot for us. We do have a tournament ongoing. Registration is open right now, so if you have not signed up, make sure you get to that and get signed up as fast as possible. You know, Monton is very generous to offer a $100,000 and 100,000 diamond prize pool for us. Correction there. It's also $1,000 in cash. You know, as a prize pool as well. So come on, sign up. What are you waiting for?
That's right. And Rim, I appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you casting. And I look forward to working with you in the near future. As always, have a good one. Appreciate you. All right, guys, and that's going to close out the show. My name is Weezy. I've been your host today alongside as a caster. It's been fun, right? We went through a journey, a couple sweeps, a couple twist turns, and a little bit of burns in the Land of Dawn. And that is going to complete week 2, day 2 of season 3. Definitely tune in tomorrow. Make sure you guys subscribe on the YouTube channel, drop a like. It definitely goes a long way, and really appreciate each and every one of you guys that tuned in. Shout out to all the casters on the desk today, and also shout out to all the teams that competed, and shout out to everybody that was able to witness greatness in the making. And also, we appreciate you guys being here. As always, take care of yourself, take care of each other, sign up for the Cyberpunk tournament, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Sound corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoes, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside, make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. If I got it, they got it. Fairly strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoes, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. If I got it, they got it. Family strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah, I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Less the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit in a yellow bucket.